guys, thanks for joining for my live sale tonight. It is Tuesday. We're going to have a live sale. I've got all kinds of new items that I put that I unboxed from crates that came over the last couple of days. And so we've got a bunch of stuff, kind of just a big mishmash. I can never say this. A big mismatch. I don't even know if that's the way you say it. Of a bunch of things. Random things is the whole point of all of that. Not a great start if I can't even find words. So anyway, we are going to have a live sale of a bunch of random stuff. There's like a lot of paper. There's lots of ephemera packs. I'll do a preview and show you stuff on the table too, but just a bunch of random things. Not really like a whole themed sale other than antiques from Paris flea markets. Yep, there we go again. In full disclosure, I am pretty tired. I will explain to you why I'm pretty tired here in just a few minutes. But hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. I see lots of you jumping on. Thank you for waiting for me for that few minutes there. Sometimes I can't get all the things to work together. I don't know what's going on. But hello and welcome, everyone. I see so many of you. Goodness. Yes, yes. Hello, hello. Okay, so tonight, this is week 2. So last week there were 2 sales on Tuesday and Thursday. You got an invoice on Saturday for all of the things from last week. As long as that invoice is paid, you're good to shop for this week. And then we do 2 weeks of selling. You have an invoice every Friday. On this Friday's invoice, there will be a shipping charge. So last Friday invoice did not have shipping because nothing is shipping. I ship every 2 weeks. I've been saying this for a couple of times now. Actually, I've been shipping every 2 weeks for 6 months or more, but the invoicing every Friday was the new change that was made. So every invoice that comes out, it's for that week's purchases. It's better for you guys so that you guys can keep track of, if you get an invoice, you know that those items were purchased during that week. And also it keeps everyone up to date with payments so people don't fall far behind, that kind of thing. You guys just have a better understanding of what exactly, because when you put in a claim, sometimes you don't know if you get it or if you don't get it because an item might sell out, or if I make a big long list of names, sometimes you don't know if you got it or not. But if it's on your invoice, you got it. So that way, every week, there's a check and balance between you and I of these are the things that were claimed. These are the things that you got. And, you paid your invoice, so therefore we can move forward. That's how we're doing it. So you'll get an invoice every Friday. Every other Friday's invoice will have a shipping charge. After both of those invoices are paid, then your package will be packed and shipped. And at that point, only when your package is shipped will you get a tracking number. You won't get a tracking number on Friday with your invoice. You'll get it later when your package actually ships. And that's because when I do you might get a tracking number on Friday. It depends. Most of you, if it's a small package, you should be able to get your tracking number right when I send the second Friday invoice. But for some of you, and it just depends on the item. Sometimes Italian paper, you don't get a tracking number for some shipments of Italian paper. You don't get a tracking number for those right when you're invoiced, because Italian paper, I can do batch invoicing. So I invoice 40 people or whatever at one time. And then I manually have to go in and ship each one of those packages. So sometimes that does take a little bit of time. But going forward, just know you may or may not get a tracking number with your invoice. Whenever you get the invoice with shipping, that means whatever was purchased up until that point is shipping. I'm just going to ship everybody every 2 weeks, except for international people. International people, if you do not want shipped, this is a change as well. If you do not want shipped every 2 weeks, you need to reach out to me through text message. Let me know that you want to ship when your box is full, or every month, or whatever the case may be. We need to work that out so that it works for both of us. Right now, we had been doing international people where they could leave a box here until it was full. For some people, that takes 9 months. I can't let it go for 9 months. It needs to be no longer than 60 days for international people, just because by the time I get around to 60 days in shipping your package, you've already forgotten what you ordered sometimes. And I've seen this a bunch of times with you guys who are international. You'll order something and you'll pay the invoice and it will be in your box. And then you'll order the same thing again. And then I have to reach out and I'm like, well, did you already have one? You know, you have one, right? And so just to avoid all of that, I just don't want it to go on for like 6 months, 9 months, whatever the case is. So only international people. If you don't want shipped every 2 weeks, you need to reach out to me. Everyone else, if you are in the US, you will ship every 2 weeks. You do not have any other shipping option at this time. Later, once I get this a little bit better organized behind the scenes, we will have some other shipping options where you could choose to ship every week or whatever the case is. But for now, let's just get through getting everyone on board and on the same page with getting an invoice every Friday. It has been really difficult for me to get people to hear the messaging. Everyone joins the live sales on different days and different times, and I understand that. And and I say this because this is the first, last week was the first time I invoiced on a weekly basis. And I have at least 30, 40 messages asking about tracking numbers, telling me, here's my address update when you ship my package. And I'm just going to say this again, and I've said it before. When you ask a question that has been answered in a live, from now on, from today on, I am literally just going to direct you very nicely to rewatch the previous sale video in the beginning because it's eating up too much time that I don't have to answer the same question 100 times and in 100 different ways, but saying the same thing. You know what I mean? So here's me saying it. I've said it for a few weeks. I will continue to say in the beginning. And then if you ask a question that was answered, I'll just direct you to rewatch that first 15 minutes. If you get that message, please don't think I'm mad at you. Just understand it is a time issue. I don't have enough time as it is. And when I spend the time over and over again putting the information out there, I just can't continue to do it for months and months and months. So anyway, that's what's happening. Invoicing every Friday, shipping every 2 weeks. On the second week of shipping, you will have a shipping charge. If you do not shop during the second week and you only shopped during the first week, you will still get an invoice the second week, but it will only be for shipping charges. So know that. So there's that part of it. And then I think that's pretty much it for updates as far as how this is all working and all that kind of stuff. If you are new here, all of the information that you need to learn how to shop here, to register, all of that kind of stuff. First of all registration is done through text message. If you are international, you can send me an email or messenger, but I prefer text message communication. That's really where it's at right now. I cannot stress to you enough. Facebook Messenger works really great if you are a small time seller. Email works really great if you are a small time seller. When you get to a certain level, you have to understand that certain platforms, certain systems, they're not meant for that. And Messenger is not meant for what we do here. Email is not meant for what we do here. It's fine for small things, but for this kind of volume to this many customers, we needed to build a better system, which is why I built the text messaging system. And it has been working great. The only caveat is there are a few, international buyers can't text because while Canadians can, if you're in the UK or Australia or whatever, you might not have a phone plan that allows free texting. So for international buyers, you can still reach out and email. There are a few customers here in the US who, for whatever reason, also cannot use text messaging service. Those people can also still email me. But everyone else, I will stress again to text me, because eventually I will no longer look in texting, and I will no longer look in email or in Facebook Messenger. Right now, I am kind of keeping a presence in both. Eventually, I will not. We will have a workaround for people who need an alternative system. But for those of you who are able to text me, that's really the only way that we can move forward, because it keeps everything organized in a way that for a larger volume seller, it works better, right? And so with that, I do have a list of people who purchased from me, but are not registered in the texting system. So if I see you tonight, I will call out that I need you to register in the texting system. To register to buy, whether you're, this is for all buyers. So for existing ones who have never registered in text messaging system, let me take a breath here. For existing buyers who to date have never sent me the text information to register, you need to do so. Even if you purchased from me last year or 6 months ago, or whatever the case is, 3 months ago, you still need to send the text message, because that's the only way I can continue to do business with US people or North American people. There is no other way to do it. So if you haven't registered yet, please do so. If you are new, please register with the text messaging system. The phone number is pinned to the description box, right? Or it's pinned to the description box below the video too. It's also pinned at the top of chat box. So if you go right now to the top of the live chat box in YouTube, there's a message highlighted up there. If you expand it, you may or may not need to expand it, but the phone number to text me is up there. And you basically just send me your information, your first name, your last name, your address, make sure that it's the correct information. I need a real first and last name. I know some people, for privacy, they prefer to use like, I see some messages popping up. Guys, hold all of your messages, hold your questions, hold all of your questions. If you are asking a question to me about something specific between you and I, you need to text it. I will not answer during a live anymore. You have the option to text me. That's where you communicate with me. The only way you can ask a question in live chat, and this sounds super harsh, but this is where it's at, right? The only way to ask, the only appropriate time to ask a question in live chat is if it is directed to me and it's a junk journal related question. You can type it in. If it is about something I'm literally telling you or showing you on the table, then you can ask a question. If you guys, because I see them, you're all asking questions that really need to be text to me. If you're asking about paying your invoice, text me. If you're asking about an address change, text me. If you're asking about whether something shipped or whether you got invoice, text me. That's business between you and I don't want to take up the whole time here with everyone to answer individual questions. So if I seem a little bit frustrated, it's because I am, because 24/7, I'm getting asked the same question over and over again. And it's just really hard to get the messaging out there, especially when we have made a change. So I'm saying it all again, very directly, and we're going to move forward. There is no texting from phone numbers that are not real phone numbers. If you text me from a WhatsApp phone number, it tells me it's not your real phone number. And while I might not pick it up initially, I will pick it up eventually. And what will happen is you'll get banned. I will not take fake information. If you don't trust me enough to send me a text from your real cell phone number, then I don't trust you enough to sell to you. So you might get spicy Kate tonight. Anyway, it's just a thing where it needs to be your real information, because I'm shipping packages to you, you're claiming items and I'm shipping them to you. And if something arises and I don't have a real way of contacting you, it creates further problems down the road. So real phone numbers, real first and last names. If for whatever reason you don't feel comfortable with that, you can text me and explain the situation, and there might be a workaround with it. But we have some people who come here. You have to understand, this is the internet for the whole world, right? While we're a small little community here and I'm a small channel, this is out there for everyone. And we have some people who, for whatever reason, The biggest thing is jealousy, right? We have a lot of jealous people in the world, or just unhappy people in the world. And I'm not saying like people should be jealous or whatever. I'm just saying this is the reality of it. We have people who join, they claim things, they give me fake information. I go around in a circle wasting my time, and it's just a problem, right? So text me from your real phone number and use your real first and last name, and that helps me weed out bad actors. And so that's one of the reasons. The other thing is for international buyers, I need your real cell phone number, because when I ship an international package, most countries, and UPS, specifically FedEx, they require a phone number for the buyer, because they need to contact them and tell them they have an incoming package or arrange delivery, because some people live rural. There's just different customs, border patrol kind of reasons why they need a real cell phone number for those buyers. So, um, spicy, nobody likes spicy cakes. Anyway, I'll try not to be spicy. I am very tired, but I get really tired of having to like go through the whole thing, and I think that's just part of, what this is, right? I'm using a system that is not meant for all of this, and so yeah, there are going to be little frustrations on both of our sides. And so I just keep saying the information. Those people who hear the information hear it, and those people who don't. And that's just really, I mean, it's the best both of us can do, right? We're all trying. We're trying to do this. Okay. If you guys would so I've said this again for chat too. Questions need to be answered by me. I appreciate all of your help and your kindness, but let me address them. It's just better when they get the correct information direct from me, instead of asking a question or saying something and then people, kind of either giving them maybe the correct information as they understand. It creates other issues. So if there are questions, just let me handle it. If there's something I need to address, how you all in chat can help me is you can throw a stop sign emoji up or something to get my attention and just tell me so-and-so has a question. And then I will look for the question. That's really the best way to go about it. As our group grows, there's just different things that arise. And when we were a smaller group, it was much easier to do all of this. And as we continue to grow, we will continue to make changes to give everyone the best shopping experience, and as well as keep things running smoothly for me on my side of it. And so while I do definitely appreciate all of your help, all of you jumping in to help out, I really do, honestly. But it is better if I handle it, instead of putting you guys in that position to where you feel like you have to handle it, and B, it just lets me kind of keep track of the questions that are being asked or a comment that is being said or whatever the case is, so that I can, take appropriate action. Okay, with all of that, thank you for bearing with me. On to better things. I am a grandmother. My daughter did have a little baby boy. They are home resting now. Everyone is healthy. Everyone is good. He was born a couple weeks early, but he's doing well. He's doing really well. They're home. They're comfortable. Everything's good. That's why I'm a little bit tired. I've been trying to catch up on that sleep and all of that kind of stuff. And thank you all for bearing with me while we were on baby watch and all that kind of stuff. We should be good for, obviously we're here tonight. We're good for Thursday. This week will run smoothly as planned. If I change for next week, I will let you guys know. And then just remember, thank you guys all. Thank you. Just remember, for Friday Craft with Me's, for a moment, we're taking a pause from live Craft with Me's, but when I do resume them, they will be on a different day. Because I need to invoice on Friday, Craft with Me takes like a whole day, and I know it shouldn't, but it does, because I have to move everything in and out and plan it all and whatever. So I just need Fridays for invoicing. And I'm going to be moving the Craft with Me live to a different day. I haven't exactly decided yet, but he's about 7 pounds. I am giving very general information for a reason, but just about 7 pounds, little baby boy. I appreciate all of the congratulations. Thank you. They're super excited. I'm super excited. Love at first sight, obviously. Yeah, very cute though. Very cute. My daughter has big dimples. I have dimples. My daughter, I don't have them like she does, but she has big dimples. Baby already showing huge dimples, which is super cute. He's going to be a very handsome young man. Thank you very much. Okay, back to business. Gotta focus. Can't be all squirrely tonight. So with that said, everything I said, I'll just repeat myself again. This Friday's invoice will have shipping on it. If you don't shop this week, I will invoice you just to ship your package. Everything will ship as paid. So some of you pay right away. First of all, I appreciate that. Paying right away keeps things moving smoothly. For those of you that don't pay right away, don't stress out. It's not like I don't get upset. It's all good. Sometimes you don't see it for a couple days. Sometimes you need a couple days. I totally get that. Thank you to whoever purchased in Etsy. I totally understand all of that. But just keep in mind your package is going to ship after the invoices are paid. So basically, whereas before everything was pre-packed and you already had tracking number, so it could just go instantly when it's paid. Now there will be a delay. Those who pay first will ship first. And then slowly, as that mountain of people grows, if you're paying later, it might be 4 or 5 days. It might be longer. I don't know yet. This is the first time we've done it this way. So just if you want fastest shipping, pay when you get your invoice, and we'll go from there. For most of you, you don't have a gigantic package, although I did sell a ton of ledgers last week. But for most of you, you don't have a gigantic package. Shipping should be pretty fast. For those of you who have a gigantic package, bear with me as I situate boxes and packing materials and all that kind of stuff. I generally have that stuff on hand, but some of those ledgers are random sizes that you have to like build a box or, cut down, fold a different shape of a box. So just bear with me with that. Everything else should be pretty smooth. Okay, hold on one second. Uh-oh. Okay, I see a stop sign. I'm not able at this time to combine between Etsy and live sales. They're two different animals. Etsy has its own. To be a seller on Etsy, you have to there's little requirements. And at this point, there's not a good way to combine items in Etsy that you purchase in Etsy with items you purchase at the live sale. So for right now, they're separate. In the future, they will be able to be combined. It takes more manpower than I currently have, and it takes me working out a better system within Etsy to tell Etsy that those items have shipped, because we wouldn't be buying the shipping label through Etsy. We'd be buying the shipping label through Pirate Ship. It does create a little bit of a problem. So that's why so far it hasn't been done. In the future, I will make that possible. I just need more manpower to do it. So I think she might be just confusing your user IDs that say your channel name. That's your channel name, right? So whatever. I didn't see that she was advertising it, so I don't think that's what's happening there. But thank you for looking out. Again, though, just it's okay. It's okay. So anyway, it's just her channel name that I see, Shelly, and it's okay. Don't worry, everybody's good. Okay. We're gonna I don't know, what do you do for spicy? You put sour cream on tacos for spicy. You drink a glass of milk for spicy. What else do you do when you've eaten something spicy? So we all need like little sour cream, little milk. We're all gonna not be spicy. It's all gonna grow. It's all good. let's keep it kind. Everybody's here being kind. Everybody's okay. It does look a little bit confusing, Amy. That's probably, maybe you had a recent channel name change or something like that. It just looks a little confusing, and that's okay. Everybody's good. Nobody did anything wrong. We're all eat crackers, eat dessert, some flan. Oh my gosh, flan. I don't know how it is, but anyway, I should know where I live, right? Ranch dressing, yeah, eat more spicy. We can't handle any more spicy here tonight. Um, a month ago, okay. So anyway, it's all right. Everybody's good. Let's go ahead and move on. Ice cream, okay. Ice cream wins. We're all having some ice cream right now, some virtual ice cream. Okay. I know, it's okay. It's all right. Everybody's good. Everybody's good. I appreciate it, guys. I do. I appreciate how kind you are to each other. And I appreciate how, when a misunderstanding happens, we can work it out. It's all good. So let's move on. Let me do the preview, because I've already gone over my quick 10-15 minute thing. I was late, first of all, but let's move on. I'm going to flip the camera down. We're going to do that. If there's something else that I remember to tell you guys, yeah, virtual is no calories. That's correct. That's the kind of ice cream I need to eat right about now. Okay, so I have a gigantic pile of things. I'm going to show you the preview of this stuff, and then we can, I don't know where we'll get started tonight, but we'll get started somewhere in this huge pile. And then I have a ton more things behind me. And I do want to talk to you guys about Thursday. Thursday is a new product launch. It is something that I told you was here, that I told you I was going to bring, and that is going to be most of the day on Thursday, but not probably all of it. It just depends on how long it takes us. It will be a day where, there's lots and lots, like 100, I don't know how many, let me figure out how many there's more than 5,000 of them, and we will be doing all 5,000 on Thursday. So anyway, that's Thursday. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just join on Thursday. Thursday has been a little bit slower of a day because it's newer to us for live sales on Thursday. But Thursday is a day you do not want to miss. New product launch. There's thousands of them. And I have no plans at this point to ever repeat Thursday. If I need to, obviously I will. But at this point, there is no plan to ever repeat Thursday. Okay. For tonight, let me see where I can unpile. So I have these two. These are super old French enameled metal. I don't want to be too loud. Metal house number, street number, building number plates. So there's those two. So these are antique ones. I know they make reproductions. You guys know that I don't do reproductions, but these are old from France. I do have, I'm going to start here, I guess. So this is a vellum animal skin bound book. The documents inside of this book are dated 1603 and 1604. So inside are handwritten documents. I've already kind of taken it apart, but handwritten documents from 1603 and 1604. These are some of the oldest that I have. We do have 13, 14, 1500, but 1603 and 1604 is really old, right? I mean, it's 420 years old, basically. Couple more than that. But so these are being sold in folios. They're super, super nice, old rag paper from 1600. It's a very different feeling. So there's folios being sold out of this book. Then we have, you can see some legal documents here. I'll get to those. Actually, let me do those first. We need the table space. So these document bundles here, I have done them before. They come in, so first of all, these are legal documents. And I have them in a rainbow of colors, right? Rainbow of colors. Inside of each one of them, there is a French metal stencil and a photograph and a stencil. Most of the stencils that are in here are very old. These are French stencils. They have old paint on them. some nice cabinet cards. So we have a pile of these that we will do. You guys like these when I bring them. Let me find a place for these. In my chair will do. Heaven knows I will not be sitting today. Then we have these. I've had these for a long time, and I need the bin space. So these are the last 6 of these that I have. So we'll do those 6. What they are ticket racks. So there's these really cool, it's like zinc metal ticket racks. And how I've done them is I've taken a wire and just kind of strung like a picture hanger wire from back here, and then you can hang it on the wall. Now these unscrew very easily, and this bar comes out, and you can thread in whatever kind of paper document. You could take one of the old French documents, put a photo on it, kind of like Maria C did, make your own little artwork. Maybe you have a favorite, piece of artwork you've made. This would make a really interesting hanger for that. Just do some hole punches and then thread that back together, and it will hold whatever you want it to hold. And then we get all these tickets, and there's hundreds of tickets. I don't know how many, but tons of tickets in here. So anyway, we have 6 of those. Let's see, where are we going to put those? I feel like I have to play Jenga in this room constantly because it's just a small room for so much stuff. We have had small ones of these before. These are the small size. We've had small ones of them. But if you take a look over here, we now have jumbo ones of them. So these are a lot of handwritten music, but there are some printed music ones in here too. It's just kind of like half and half, I guess. Like here's a printed one. So they're on cardstock. They're thick cards. Most of them are double-sided. They're small. And I think these would be amazing to, you might want to scan them and then print them out on some thick cardstock or mat them onto some cardstock. But I think these would be really cool to make little signs. And then, tie some ribbon or some seam binding or something up at the top and make little signs. I also thought, how cool would it be to make up one of these for like Christmas? I don't know. Music always looks really good at Christmas time, like antique music. So like this could be a mixed media collage. My phone needs to be quiet. It's making a bunch of noises. Anyway, how cool would it be to put your Christmas tree, your old looking Santa Claus, whatever. And again, you may not want to use the original one of them, but you could certainly scan them and copy them. So we have the small size and the large size tonight. So there's those. Then I have some checks. By some, I mean just a few. just a few. So we'll do these. Let me spin them around so hopefully they're the right way. So these are French checks, receipts, all different kinds of things in here. But I just got a huge bundle of them. They have lots and lots of tax stamps on them. They're on fancy papers. They have fancy little headers at the top. Just really cool things. And of course, America, our checks are pretty small, but these ones are quite large. They have all kinds of banking stamps all over them. Very nice. So we have those, and those will be sold in sets of 5 tonight. Then when I offer those, I always offer these too, because they kind of go like they're not in a bundle together tonight, but they kind of go together, right? So like you have the checks, right? That's kind of cool. There's tons of videos on French checks, how to make them into little matchbooks, how to make them in journals, what to do with them, how to put them in signatures. There's so much content out there for French checks. Everybody loves them. But checks also go well with the invoices. So these are the original invoices. You can see there are still some checks mixed in there. But look at the tops of them, right? They're gorgeous. There's lots of tax stamps on these too. These are some forms. This isn't really sorted. It's just the way it comes to me. So there's tax stamps. Lots of them are invoices. Like, they have the purchase details on them. Some colored ones, pastel colors usually. Different types of businesses. Everything from like grocery stores to like a pharmacy type thing. Some of them have been folded as letters, but just all kinds of different ones in here. There is quite a few nice headers. These in America, we call these bill heads. They're really just invoices. So you guys can get an idea there. There is an awful lot of them. And those will be sold in packs of 5 tonight too. 4 or 5, I haven't decided. But yes, packs of those, packs of checks. And going along with both of those, I've got these. These are where your check, which, you know, this is the way it comes, but don't worry, I won't send you a completely torn in half one. But these ones are the check that matches the invoice. So these are sets. Now these have been pasted. I have not attempted to undo the paste, but they are matching sets. So if you want your invoice and your check to match, like, they're very pretty, but these are all matching ones and they all have been pasted as far as I know. So there's those. We can talk about those too, but they're a little different. So that's that. Running out of room to set things again. Then let me show you some of the ephemera packs. We've got these ones. So these have a French newspaper in the back. They have a French legal document. Each one of these documents in here has 3 to 4 pages in it. And an American postcard, but pretty postcards. So we have those ephemera packs. We also have some onion skin paper that is different that came. I have this little ledger book. This little ledger book from 1880s. So I have that guy. I have other ledgers. And these are the onion skin books. And these ones are different. Very different than the onion skin books we've had in the past. Same kind of onion skin, but the writing in both of these books is different. You'll notice that you have a lot of like smaller letters. And then a lot of pages have 4 different little blocks of handwriting. But the handwriting in this one is super nice, super old, and you have a lot of writing all over the page. So some of the books in the past, they have, like, you know, a block of writing, but there's blank at the bottom, blank at the top. These ones seem to have a lot of writing in them. There's 2 books like this. So if you're trying to do the, you know, lamination with dried flowers, these will work really, really nice. And the handwriting, I cannot get over the handwriting in these books. And you always have to, like, pick it up and shake it out so it doesn't fold on itself like that. But you can see I have 2 books. This is what I mean by 4 blocks. Like, it's so pretty. So very pretty. So we'll sell those in page packs of 10 pages tonight. And what else is on this table? I might have shown you the whole preview. I think I have shown you the preview. However, there's a lot of things on the table behind me that we haven't previewed. And those are like one item, like I have one of this, one of that, whatever. Special things that there is only one of. And so those will do also. Okay, so I got to find a place to put things so we can start. Goodness, there is stuff everywhere. I'm going to start with this. Must start with this ephemera pack. Hello and welcome. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Like I said, it was love at first sight. I mean, not that I didn't love him before he was born, but my goodness, the newness of a newborn. If you haven't been like with an hour-old baby, if you haven't been able just to sit there with an hour-old baby in your arms for hours, highly recommend it. It's really good for the soul. Okay, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, my daughter had a little baby boy. So that was wonderful. This is the little ephemera pack. I don't have a lot of these. In fact, I think there's 24 of them. And so you get a very old, what date is this? A very, very old French newspaper that I'm having trouble finding a date on. But most of them are uncut across the top. This one has been torn open, but most of them are uncut across the top. There's 4 pages in this newspaper. Some of them, oh, it's a little uncut right here. So this is what I mean by uncut. And the uncut ones are really nice because then you get this giant sheet of old rag paper newspaper. Okay. So these are just like little weekly publications, and they have really nice steel plate impressed text into the rag paper newspaper. I know these are from the 1800s. I do not know exactly when, but very nice to craft with. So I'm saying this to craft with. You could mat this behind a picture if you wanted to. It's a nice big sheet of it. But for collage, like if you can't find anything else to do with it, for collage, this type of text in this paper is some of my favorite. So there's that. Then you get a document, and this is the roughest one, the roughest shape one that is in here. And that's why I'm showing you this one, because I like to show you the worst probably, and that way you're not surprised, right? But this is like the roughest. See how it's like a little bit crunchy? Most of the other ones are really, really clean and perfect, but this guy was on the top of the stack. And so what these are legal documents in folders. All of the documents in this set are blue. They're all this turquoisey blue. And they're all different types of legal things. Like this is a donation. You can see there's marriage. There's several marriages in here. All different kinds of legal things are in here. And so you get the cover. These are awesome for scanning. Many people scan these and turn these into digitals. If you're making a tall junk journal, this is the kind of digital that you want to make tall junk journals, covers, pages, whatever you'd like. All of these are from 1855 as far as I am aware. They all have lovely scripty handwriting. Again, this one was on the top or the bottom. It's a little more aged. We'll look at another one too, but inside you have 4 pages or 3 pages, no less than 3. I don't think there's more than 4, but I made sure they at least had 3 pages of writing. They all have the court stamps. They have the embossed seals right here. And this is very thick, watermarked. It's a rag paper. It's very thick, early. I don't know what date is this. Early, obviously 1855, but this paper is thick and lovely. And you can see all of these little signatures, all the signatures in the margins. They're really nice legal documents. Very nice. Okay. So 3 or 4 pages, that, and then an American postcard, but they are quite old postcards. The date on this one, 1910. So a postcard, just got to have something pretty in there. And then I'll look at one more random in here so that you guys can see that one too. And so this guy's got his postcard, and it is 1855. This is a liquidation and inside. So all of them have the same type of rag paper, and there is a watermark in the center. And these are all handwritten, all gorgeous. 4 of these legal documents right now, they're listed in Etsy unless they sold out again, but there's 4 of these in one set on Etsy, and I think it is $36 for 4. It may be more than that, but anyway, so just these papers not in a cover are $36 on Etsy. So with that in mind, we're going to do the whole bundle for $35, and you get it in a fancy blue turquoise cover. This one's got a little stain right there. You get a fancy turquoise legal document cover and a postcard and a newspaper. So you get a little bit more, but like I said, there is, I think, 24 of them. All right, so it had been a long time since I held a newborn too. It was super nice though. So these little documents, I didn't do any measurements. These are the smaller legal documents. The ones in the colored folders that come with a picture and the stencil are the large ones. 7 1/4 by 10 inches for the folder. The inside documents are about 7 by 9, probably. They're slightly smaller than the colored cover. Okay. I keep trying to get the glare off. Let me get these typed in. And let me say it again, because I'm just going to put in an item right here. If you have an outstanding invoice, I will not call out your name or say anything to you public here. But if you put in a claim for an item, I will skip you and then I will message you later, because only people who are current on their invoices, meaning they have 0 outstanding invoices, are eligible to purchase. If you have been talking to me about a kit or something like that, if it's not been invoiced, you're clear to purchase. What I'm saying is, if you have an invoice that is out there and it is past due or payment arrangement or whatever, please refrain from claiming tonight until those invoices are taken care of. Okay? It's just how we're doing it going forward. Let's get these in. Antique document bundles. They are $18.55 and they are all French documents. We're going to do them for $35. The 3 or 4 pages in here alone are worth, in Etsy, $36. They do sell out all the time. I think they're in there now, but they may be sold out. $36 for those. You're getting the newspaper, the postcard, and the cover. I didn't talk about it, but they're all string bound with little pink string legal documents. So that's, I think if you can see the strings in there, they're all string bound. Very cute. Okay, so if you want one of these, be the first person after the go. After the go. There's the go. And so I will wait for you guys just for a second here, and then I will get these put in. I need to adjust this lighting again. A little better. A little better. Okay, so let me get that set up, and I will be doing the spreadsheet as we go tonight. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay, let's try to do this again. And I only had 24. So obviously I will not be able to fill everyone who's requesting, but don't get discouraged. I have other ephemera packs tonight. First person after the go. Marcella T. Marcella T. Thank you. Put that in the wrong place. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. After Marcella, Veronica H. After Veronica, Margaret L. Paula Dross. Catherine R. Okay. Scrolling down. Maria T. Susan B. Susan Bowl. Shauna H. Cynthia C. Thank you guys. Susan Elliott. Lena. Deborah K. After Deborah, Lynette San. And Concelia. And Jody M. Cindy Vin. Ricky. Christine J. My phone will quit in a minute. Sarah F. After Sarah F, we have Terry B. After Terry, Nita. After Nita, We got Marcella T. She was in first. Next is Shelly. Shelly L. Okay, so let me count quick. 3. Okay, I can do 2 more. After Shelly, Cindy H. After Cindy, Beth. Beth CZ. Okie doke. That should be sold out on those. Should be. Let me double check that. Yes, that is all I have on those. I have other legal documents. I just don't have newspapers or postcards. I will bring some legal documents back in a different format for those of you who missed out. Next up, let's just move on to the large ones. And I left these out of bags because I want you guys, I want to be able to show you some of the photos and some of the stencils as we go. So these are the large, and I'll measure them, but these are the large legal documents. And I'm going to try to make kind of a rainbow, but you guys are getting to see the covers as we go. And so how I want to do this tonight is I want you to be able to pick a color with the caveat that if your color, when you put in your me, tell me what color you want, but you can't be all specific. You can't be like, oh, the third green one here, like whatever. I mean, if you want to try and I can do it, great. But please bear in mind that it's very difficult to do specific things like that while we're doing a live sale, right? I will do my best. I'm going to let you put in a preference, but a preference means a preference. Meaning if you put in your preference and your preference isn't here, then you will just get random. So they're going to be sold random, but put in what color tone you would like. Like, see all these beige ones? These beige ones are here for a reason. Some of my favorite documents are inside of them, but we've got beige, we've got yellowy color, we've got orangey color. There's a teal green, a green, blue, there's pastel blue, there's pinks and peaches. And then all the way up here at the top, there is one lone red one, a fuchsia one. We go to light pink. I will show you some of the inside. There's only one purple violet one. These are really getting hard to find in color in the large size, and they're getting expensive. So let me show you kind of overall what they are. The stencils inside of all of these, they're all French stencils. So first of all, they're all French documents. They're all handwritten documents. They're all French stencils, come from France. They're all vintage/antique because some of them are definitely antique. Some of them are only vintage, meaning 50 or so years old. Most of the stencils in here have like paint or whatever on them. I think that makes them look better because it looks like a stencil, right? And you might be looking at them going, well, what do I want a random letter? Because these are all letter stencils. What do I want a random letter stencil for? They're great for home decor. You can prop them up on a little shelf, like in a craft room or just a wall shelf anywhere. And they just act like a little sign. It's decorative, right? That's why I also put the ones with the paint on them in here, because I think they are more decorative that way. But if you do not want to use it as home decor, then stencil through it. It's an artist stencil. This is the way that art was made before we had computers that could just print out a perfect letter. Also, the stencils were able to be placed where you couldn't print, on items you couldn't run through the printer, such as a wood sign or a window or whatever the person who was using the stencils was using it for. But they also all have a cabinet card in here. These are the large size, cabinet cards. So let me show you some documents, some photos, and some stencils. While I'm showing them, kind of, get an idea for which color you want. The ages of the documents, some are 1800s and some are the very beginning of 1900. I'm going to show you just kind of random ones as we go. This one is from 1912. It's a sale of property. Again, they're all going to be string bound documents. And this one has this boy in it. It's a young boy. The cabinet cards are American. The stencils are French. This is an M. And so this is a very old one. Some of the stencils are marked, some of them are not. In here, you've got the document, kind of the beginning of the document. And so I kind of tried to match up what I thought looked nice as far as a set goes. There's an orange one. Again, it's a sale. This is also 1912. We got a little baby. You've got, this is an antique one. It is a Q. And look at the styling on that Q. Very nice. And another document. So these are some of the latest documents, right? Some of the newest documents. But if we go into some of these other ones, you can see this is 1882. So this is an 1882 document. I love these folders. I love the font that they've used, and there is I don't know, 6 or 8 of them in here. But 1882, you've got this baby, a little H stencil, and document. These kind of documents. So very, very lovely handwriting. All of them have lovely handwriting. All of them are just stunning documents on their own, but they got the little ephemera bundle going with them today. And if you look at prices for the large, these are A4 size or larger document bundles. If you look at that, I don't know where we had him. Was he here? I think he was there. I don't know. He's somewhere over here for peach and orange. I don't know. We're going to put him there. But anyway, let me show you a couple other older ones. This one right here is from 1848. So the older the documents, you have less of the printing on them because, you know, they didn't really use printing that much. But this is from 1848. It's got a couple. So photographs are men, women, children. There are babies, and there are couples, families, whatever. I didn't really like pick out the photo. I just tried to match photos to documents. This has a stencil that's an R, and you can see it has quite a bit of old paint on it. So just imagine this propped up like on a shelf. If you want to stencil through it. That's all good too. And then there's this document. And so most of the documents in here are 2 to 4 pages. Some of them are 6 pages. But the document price themselves is worth what I'm going to ask for the bundle. Many people sell these folded documents in colored folders like this for a lot of money. So this guy is from 1878. He's the only lone purple one there is. Has this woman in it. There's the front of the document. And she has a Y. Just Y. I just took a whole alphabet and put it in here, plus some more. So that's what we've got going on. You can tell me color preference. Just keep in mind, if I don't have it, I'll just pull a random one out of the pile, and we'll go that way. So I will sticky them with your name if you claim one that, you know, is here. So there's one red. There's a few pink in this pile. There's some peach ones. There's one orange. There's some that are, it's kind of like a mustard color / I don't know, very vanilla. Then there's one yellow one. Then all of these ones here are just beige. And these are those ones that are in my favorite covers. Then we get into kind of a lighter tan color. Some brown here. Then there's more tan. The brown should have been pulled in a different order. But there's green. Green, green, green. Green. Then we get into kind of like an army green. That's the darkest green. And then we go into the teal color or turquoise or blue green or whatever you want to tell me. There's a bunch of lighter ones of those. Then we get into the real blue. Blue, light blue. This is the lightest blue here. Then there is some brown and one purple. Hopefully you guys saw that. Okay, let's try to do this. Okay, we're going to try our hardest. All right. Before I move forward, any questions out there so far that are appropriate for what I'm talking about or what I'm showing? These are the large French document bundles. And I'm just going to say bundles, but you guys know they've got cabinet card and stencil inside. And they are in color folders. Okay. So these ones, I've done them before. We're going to keep the price the same, even though my price for them has changed. I'm not going to up it or anything like that. I'm going to keep it the same. It will be $39 per bundle. And so that just went in now. If you want one, put it in. If you just said me, then I'll just pull a random one for you. And let me get this typed in over here in the spreadsheet. All right. And these, we're ready to go. Okay, so first person. First person after the go. Still looking for my go. Way up there. Goodness, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Debs is in first and she's saying a light green. I know you guys, you know, some of you are looking for a color that's different than the color you got before. So light green. I'm going to go most literal definition. I think this is a light green. I'm going to do this one, Debs. Light green. Okay. I may have just lost your stencil. I did lose your stencil. Don't want to lose her B. All right, so there's Debs. Now let me get Debs typed in there. Multitask. There we go. After Debs, we've got Marcella T. Marcella T. She says her first choice is the purple. Again, I keep losing stencils out of these. That's why I wanted to bag them so much, but once they're bagged, they're so hard to show, and then everything gets glare. So yeah, we tried not to bag them tonight. We'll see how well that works for me with stencils falling everywhere. Okay, after that we have Danny H. And she wants a pink one. Danny H. Or pink. Perfect. We'll assume you mean just regular pink. There we go. After that, Susan B. And Susan B wants green or beige. Green for Susan B. Thank you. Awesome. Karen. Karen. If you are new to me, and you did register. Perfect, Karen. Yep, perfect. Okay. Boy, we are going to have to multitask quite a bit tonight. So Karen already sent me her information. Karen is new. Hello and welcome, Karen. Everyone here is very kind. They will all say welcome to you if they haven't already. Karen would like the purple or the beige. You're in luck for a beige. So let's do one of my favorite beiges. Let's do that. Thank you, Karen. And let me get her put on the spreadsheet, lest I forget. Okay. Karen's in there. And then we have Amy K. Amy K says she would like green or red. Okay. I have darker greens that are the army green or the red. I'm going to give you the red because I don't have a straight on green. I mean, I have some green, but they're a different shade. And obviously a letter K is not possible for me to choose for you. But I appreciate wanting it. I understand. Okay, so Lynette San is in next. Lynette San, and she says pink and red or any two. Okay, so she wants two. She wants two. And we're going to give her a pink. Do you want, well, I didn't ask anybody else. I'm going to give you this pink. Because you said pink, right? Wait, let me look at that. Yeah, because you said pink or red. So I'm going to give you the darker pink. And then she says, I need two. I'm going to give you one of my favorite beiges. I think these are a lovely combination. Thank you, Lynette. Okay. Hopefully that works for you all. This always gets me into trouble. This is why I mostly just do random because it's just so hard, right? Because there's so many that obviously people see one specific one that they want, you know? Okay, so Beth CZ is next. Purple, pink, or beige or tan. Perfect. Beth CZ. Got her in there. And she said purple gone. Pink we have. Perfect. Thank you. After Beth, we have Deborah RM. Deborah RM. And I'm not trying to hurry or anything tonight. So the fact that it takes a few minutes here or there, if it gets you at least a color choice that you're happy with, that makes me happy. She said purple, beige, or pink. So beige was next. We'll give you beige. Thank you, Deborah. Then Catherine. And Catherine says pink or beige. We have pink. And it's a marriage. Thank you. You're losing your little stencil. Oh, pink and beige. Misread that. Let me mark this for 2. Pink and beige. Perfection. Thank you. Keeping those stencils in there has become pretty difficult. All right. Thank you, Catherine. And now we're to Rhonda Baum. Rhonda Baum. She's so nice. She's like, or whatever. I know you guys get it. It's nice, you know, I want to offer you choices, but it's not always possible. And I really appreciate how you guys are, you know, you're understanding about that. And thank you. She says beige. Let's give her one of these. The handwriting on those are so nice too. Then next is Christine J. Christine J. Oh my gosh, not K, J. Chris, need the S in there. Perfect. And she says a whole list of colors. So I'm sure we've got one there. Christine J. Red? No. Dark green? I mean, I could do the army green, but you don't say army green. So beige or gray blue? Do you want this dark green? See, that gets me into trouble too. I'm going to put you on this dark green. If that's not the one for you, Christine, let me know. It is dark green. And I didn't really have like a Christmas green. So I'm going to hope that she means that. Deborah K is next. Deborah K. Oh my gosh. Please work. It's not working. Deborah K. is still wanting to fight me. Okay. Deborah would like beige or blue or green or any. Okay, I have this beige of my last favorites left. We're doing that. Thank you, Deborah. Then Tori says green. Let me get Tori typed in here. Yeah, it's fighting me. I don't know why. It has decided to not work today. So that'll be fun. Tori says green. We're going to go with the same green. Thank you, Tori. After that, Veronica H. Wouldn't it be nice if I could do a sale and like just pick every single thing? I think it would be fun. It would just be a very long day, right? Veronica says pink first. I don't have pink, I have peach. But she does say blue. So let's give her like blue. Let's give her blue. Thank you, Veronica. Right after that, we've got Maria C. Maria C. Maybe eventually in Etsy, I can list out every little one. Like that way people could choose. That would be nice. She says beige or cream or any neutral. Okay. Do I have any of my favorites? I mean, not of those exact same ones. But let's do this one or one of these ones. Let's do that. It's beige. And it's in nice condition too. Okay, so the next is Bonnie D. We got her on there. Perfect. Bonnie D, and she says blue. Bonnie D for blue. Okay, this one has a little bit of extra ephemera in there, Bonnie. Perfect. After Bonnie, Shelly, and she's an NE. Shelly L. Shelly L. I'm going to be very careful with that tonight. Perfect. And so I'm going to hold that for just a minute for Shelly. Then we've got Shauna H. Let's get Shauna H on here. Shauna H says light blue, beige, or any two. Let's do light blue and beige. Thank you very much. Let's do Lena. I don't have the pink, but I do have the beige, Lena. I have a peach. Let's find a beige. So the lightest beige currently is probably this guy. Thank you, Lena. Okay. And then when I'm done, if anyone sees one on the table, when I go through the list one time, if anyone sees one on the table specifically, they can holler that out at the end too. Okay, Karen J. I don't have the pink, but I do have the tan. Karen Jorg. Karen Jorg. We'll do this one. It's the lightest tan currently. After Karen Jorg, Maria T. Maria T. And after that, she says beige, brown, or any color, just one. We're just going to go kind of like a beigey brown. It's a really pretty cover though. Maria T, thank you. After that, CC. Army green or beige. CC. I've got this army green. Perfect. Army green or beige. Perfect. She's on there. Then I have Claudia. Claudia says pink. I don't have any pink left. I have to back out. I have no pink for Claudia. So Claudia, if you want a random or something else that's on the table when I'm done going through one time, you can let me know. Purple. I know I said I would do random, and I still will. Just let me go through once, and then we can maybe see something specific that you want, or I'll just give you random, but I'm just saying. Let's go through once and see if we find anything. let me see if there's something left at the end that you would like to choose instead of just be assigned one randomly. Okay. So there's that. Claudia. Then we have Cindy Vin, and she said purple and teal, beige, or any. Okay. So Cindy Vin, and she's going to have a teal. They're very pretty. Thank you. There's the teal. Alice says blue. Alice W. Not Alec. Alice W. My typing. It's just really awkward because it's not set up for typing like I try, but you obviously have to keep your desk clean. She says blue or any. I have a light blue. Like I'll skip the teal, but we can do light blue. Then Terry B. Terry B says beige or royal blue. Let's do beige. Perfect. I don't have any royal blue left. Then we have Cindy H, and she wanted a pink. So Cindy, anyone who I don't have the specific color, I'll do random for you at the end unless you see something that you want. Okay. So Cindy H. Then we have Crowned Bird. So when you guys are claiming stuff, I need first and last name. When you say me, just say also your first and last name. I see that you have registered. Is it okay to ship a package? Maybe this is your real first name, but is it okay to ship a package to, like, this is your actual first and last name that I'm able to ship a package to? I see your first and last name in there. Thank you for sending your info over. I just need to make sure that when I address your package, that it's okay to send it addressed just like you wrote your address and name there in your information. The reason why I ask is because sometimes, like, someone will give me like their YouTube name or whatever their public name is, and then when I ship their package, it gets returned because the mailman's like, this person doesn't exist or live here or whatever the case may be. That's why I'm being careful with it. Okay, she says 3 of any color, so we will do 3 for you, any color. Let me get this in the spreadsheet. And so when you claim things from now on, just type in your first and last name with the me, and that way I won't have to look for it. Thank you very much. Okay, then it helps me connect. What it really is for is so I can connect the dots after the sale, because there's so many people with similar names or different names. It's really hard to match up who you really are, like where I'm shipping, who I'm shipping your package to, with like a YouTube user ID. That's why I'm so specific with it. Okay, next is Linda B. And I think, so guys, I think we have Crowned Bird is new. I think Linda B is new. Let me look here and see. Yes, she is new also. So lots of new folks in here tonight. And Linda says turquoise. Linda B. Most things tonight will be random and it'll be faster. 1 each. Okay. Turquoise for Linda B. So we're going to do turquoise. Thank you. After Linda, we've got Cynthia C. Let me see if I got her on there. I did. Cynthia C. I have a bunch of any tags sitting in front of me. So if you didn't see me grab yours, just hang on. I'm going to do it, I promise. Cynthia C. Blue or pink, if not any. Okay. Well, I don't have a pink and I have some light blues. So I'm going to give you a light blue. Okay. After that, we've got Pam B, she wanted a purple. I don't have the purple. I will do any for you if you don't see one left over at the end. Wait, here's Cynthia again. She says 1 blue or 2 pink or any. Okay. Well, I give you 1 light blue. You can let me know if you see something else at the end. We've got her on there. Then Paula Dross. Paula Dross says, Paula Dross, and she says the dark peach. So I'm going to assume you mean this one with this tax stamp on the front. It's the dark, I mean, this is darker. See, I could get really specific with it. I think this is more peach. Maybe she wants this one. I'm going to give her this one. It's the darker peach, I guess. I don't know. Hopefully, Paula. I shouldn't second guess myself. I should just Paula and be good. Hopefully that's the right one, Paula. Dark peach. She says that. Okay. Then we've got a bunch of welcomes. See how kind everyone is. Roslyn. Roslyn says a blue. And I think I need to put somebody in the spreadsheet. I do. Roslyn. And she said blue, and I'm going to do light blue for you. Thank you. After Roslyn, I don't have the pink. Sorry, blue or pink. Got it. Got it. Love the red. Okay. I do see you, Catherine. Thank you, baby. Is it BB? I think it's BB. Depends on which way you accent it, right? Okay. Army green. Okay. Okay. If you get to me, I change to beige or cream color if any are left. Let me fix it because it is right here. But this is what I'm saying. It's just random if I didn't have what you asked for. Cynthia, beige or cream color? We will have a beige for you. Thank you, Cynthia. Okay. So this is what is left on the table. I have brown, like a chocolate brown. I've got some light blue into the turquoise. There's one turquoise one. I've got all of these, which are beigey brown. Okay. Let's see what else. But all of those. I have one yellow, one orange, and that peach right here. The peach does have a tax stamp on it, as well as some coffee splatters. Okay, so, and I do have the Ennies here, right? So if you see one specific on this table, go ahead and put in for what specific color you want. BB, I have 3 random for you. Shelly, I have 1 for you. Cindy H, I have 1. CB, I have 1. And there were lots of other people who said a color and I didn't have it. So if you see one now that you want, tell me which one that is available now. Okay. Lena, I need to add you this peach one right here. Allison, I didn't see you in there. Okay, hang on one sec, guys. Here's a start-stop point. If you see one on the table now, after that go, type in what you want. If I missed you the first time around, type in what you want, and I'll pick it up. But I see Lena saying she would like the peach one also. I see Allison, who apparently YouTube or I have missed you or something happened. So Allison, don't worry about it. I'll get it for you. And then Anne says any. Anne A. So she'll probably choose one. There's Anne. Claudia is choosing any or a yellow. So let me put Claudia on that yellow. Lena will pick up this peach. I will have to add all these in the spreadsheet, but there's that and that. After that, It might just be when it comes over to StreamYard or streaming softwares, it kicks it out for whatever reason. Shauna H, one more, any. Shauna H. Okay. Well, Crown Bird, we have to keep that information private. The fact that you're a business has to stay private. You can use your first and last name here. Most of these people in here have, YouTubes, whatever. That's all fine, but you can't advertise yourself or your business on any of my social media platforms. That's pretty standard across every creator's channel. And then I know you're just probably trying to explain that, but we get that. We do this all the time. We know people have user IDs attached to businesses. It's all good. Okay. NPP info. Hello and welcome. If you're claiming something, let me know. Otherwise, hello and welcome. Okay. Paula Dross says, other one, please. Probably missed out on that one. Sorry, Paula. I have already given that one to Lena. You did say dark peach or deep peach, so I tried to choose the deeper one. I do apologize if that is not the exact one. I wasn't sure either, as you saw. Debs is going to take the orange. Debs is going to take the orange. And if you already have one, this is in addition to. I mentioned beige if you see it. If not, understand. I did get the beige one for you, Cynthia. It did just take me a minute to go through the list there. So, Paula, if I need to switch it to the turquoise one, let me know. If you weren't happy with the one I chose and you want to switch it, I will allow it this one time, but only for you, not a million people. I know it's hard, right? But let me know. Nita would like Nita V, and she is saying this is why so now, this is exactly why we do rant. I'm just telling you. Nita says any beige or one of my favorites if left. Okay. What we are down to is the tanner color, not the chocolate brown, because you're saying beige, but I'm going to give you this one from 1800, Nita. It is a beige color. We got to start moving on. Somebody already claimed the yellow, and it may have been you. CB claimed the yellow, Pinky. Cindy Vin would like a blue one. I have light blue, Cindy Vin. And I didn't put you in the... You guys stay over here so I can put you in spreadsheet. A light blue. Well, we can do very light blue. I'm losing my stencils. That's actually a V, Cindy. That might work for you. Maybe it was meant to be. A light blue with a V stencil. Okay. I can't take it away from who I gave it to, Paula. I can let you choose another one that's on the table, though. Thank you, Lynette. Thank you for saying that. This peach is gone. The yellow is gone. I can see you, Allison, but I don't know which color you're claiming. I have not ever seen your color yet. You just need to type in what color you want. I have no pink. I have no orange, and I have a light blue. So crowned, I'm going to pick your 3. I understand, Paula, but it is what it is. So you could pick a different color. I'm looking through, seeing Cindy's any. Perfect. Okay. Got it. Allison is saying teal. Allison, we've got it. Thank you. It just takes me a minute to go through the whole list of comments and everything. You weren't invisible this time. I could see you. It just took me a minute. Allison has a teal. one of any color that has really cool, pretty script on it. I think we can fill that out, Christine. Christine J. Christine J. Christine J. Hopefully you like that one because that's the one I chose for you. I do really try. Okay. Karen would like another one of an any. Karen L. And this, I need to say a different, I can't say Karen L because we have other Karen L's. I can say Karen Lim. So every time you hear me refer to Karen Lim, you will know I'm talking about you, Karen Lim. If that makes sense. Anne is a blue. We can have a light blue. Anne. Baby, BB, I don't know how to pronounce it. The pink and peach and blue and violets are gone. All I have is what is on the table, and I'm going to fill random, okay? We're going to go Karen Lim, Cindy H, Shelly L, Shauna H. And the reason why I just did that is to give BB, I don't know how to pronounce it. If you want to tell me, that might help. And she's getting the last 3 randoms. When you say random, or when I say that if I don't have your color choice, it will literally just be random, that's exactly what it meant. So that's how that worked out. I see that we still have the peach issue with Paula. Paula, because I did not get you the right peach one, even though it was kind of said that way, Paula, reach out to me and I will give you a random other color if you really do not want the peach one that I chose. BB, thank you. Sorry. Okay, let me get these typed in the spreadsheet and we're moving on. There we go. All right. There's her for 3. Okay, perfect. Shauna H is already in here. There we go. Shelly L is already in here. Cindy H. And see, this list will need to be gone over one more time before I am done. Karen Lim, perfect. And oh my goodness. There we go. Almost done. It's just a little harder because we've got to keep track of it in so many different places now. My phone is just making a whole big bunch of noise. It's probably people registering, which is good. But that's what you hear, if you can hear it buzzing. It is just on buzzer right now. I'm trying to not annoy you all with the noises. Okay. 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 From now on, when I do it, I'll just be more decisive, trying not to like frustrate you all. I really do try my hardest to make everyone happy. And I'm sorry if from time to time I can't like do like the specific exact one. It's just really hard. Even the way we did it, it took a very long time. Okay. Thank you guys very much. I know that you're not like picky or upset about it, Paula, but if you would like a different one, because I really did have that one in my hand first, then reach out to me and tell me in text message you just want me to choose a different one for you, and I will. I have more of them. There just isn't very many other colors in the bin. Okay. So all of those are gone. All of them have been claimed. I will bring more back at a different point in time as I can accumulate other colors. I like to save them up for a bunch and be able to do a color palette. So I can bring those back again later, but for today, that's what we have for those legal documents. Let's do something a little bit more easy. Let's do something just slightly easier than that. Okay. It's just I struggle so much because I want everyone to get exactly what they want, but I also realize that that would take 5 hours for us to sit here and I can stack them in stacks of 2 next time, and maybe we could work it that way. That might be a better option, but we did it this way. We try. Thank you guys very much. So this, I just want to show you, like, you're not going to buy the whole book, but I just want to show you, this is what these documents come out of. This is an animal skin vellum document. This is the spine on it. You can see it has a little bit of a label all peeling out. I've already taken the signature strings out of it. This is the back side. This cover is made from an old parchment. Like, you can see the little like hair follicles on the animal skin, right? The little goosebumps, for lack of a better explanation. So it's an animal skin parchment, and it's an old document that they've cut up and repurposed as this book cover. And you can see all the backs of the signatures, and it's just really interesting for us to look at it deconstructed this way, because this is the same way that we bind journals. Basically, they've been doing this for probably thousands of years, but we still do it today to make journals. This is the fluffy edge, so this kind of gives you an idea of that rag paper texture, because you guys know, you've seen me sell the paperback books with this fluffy edge like this. It's the best kind of rag paper, and even though this is 400 years old, more than 400 years old, this is one signature. You can see it still has the animal skin ties, so these are bound with little animal skin ties. So it still has the signature strings in there. And if I go and find the center of the signature somewhere, wherever it is, it's hiding from me, you'll see that the little animal skin strings are still in there. So this is how, books were hand bound even back then. And they just did, 4 holes and just bound it with 2 little strings. But these are the folios that I'm selling tonight. And these are that wonderful rag paper. It's hand laid. It has a texture, a tooth to it. It's very thick and lovely. And what's nice about this book is there's different people filled out this section. So first of all, what the book is. This is a record of all of it's really, it's for a town in France in 1600. Now, keep in mind that in 1600, we're talking medieval times, and it's very, very old. We're talking knights, castles, totally different world than what we know it today. And so this is a book of all of the records for a specific town or area in France. And most of them, like legal documents, right, where they were recording marriages, they were recording a birth if it needed, a legal record attached to it. Not most of them didn't, but some of the, nobles or something like that may have been recorded in here. A lot of land transactions, sales of land, all kinds of legal transactions really were recorded in here. And what's nice with this one is different people wrote the transactions. So where there's a signature, that's basically the end of one transaction, and then another one begins. Most of them will have some type of header on them and some type of signature, but you're getting a folio. And because of the way the book is bound, you can see that this right here on this page is one document. So this is one document, and it continues here. And then paper was very expensive. They didn't have paper. I mean, it was very expensive. They didn't have paper just to leave the end of this page blank. They just started another document. And so it's a folio, but because of the way it's bound like this, You might get part of one other document. Your document might be on another folio. It just depends on how it works out. We're not really going to read or decipher these, because even if you could speak French, the French that was spoken in 1600s is not the same French of today. Even French people who live in France and are very fluent in French cannot read this. It's different. And I do sell some larger versions of these folios in Etsy. I've sold them here before, and most of the people buying them are buying them for historical purposes. Some people buy them for home decor to frame or mat things, but a lot of them go to colleges. I, see the shipping addresses, the professors they're sent to at colleges, and some of them reach out to me and they want more information because they are, studying language, and it's a good classroom example too. But anyway, that's kind of what the overview is on it. I'm selling folios, so these are just, a folio is 2 pages that are connected in the center. That's a folio. So there's that. They're very nice. Obviously, if you if you get this, you will understand this is a 400-year-old ancient document. Many times, like for the most part on these ones, I'm seeing signatures, but many times you will see like this name here. This is a very primitive signature. The person, was probably not taught to write. You have to remember, in 1604 or 3, mostly people didn't really go to formal school and read and write. So the wealthier people did, but average people weren't going to school and being taught to read or write. So it's a little bit harder to sign your name to a legal document if you were never taught how. So anyway, that's kind of the overview on them. You'll just see occasionally, something a little different on the signature side of them. Occasionally there's one cross, but it is not a whole page. It might just be a section. And I don't know if, the transaction was canceled, or I don't know what the details exactly are. But that's the overview. And you can see the medieval style of writing. It's very identifiable. They drop certain parts of their letters. They kind of finish the sentence off the page here with a little mark, and that's also a legal thing. Occasionally you'll see a little worm-eaten section, like right here. There is a little worm-eaten space. I just saw it. Little worm-eaten space on some of them. I won't send you a torn one. Like that one just had a little tear there. I won't send you a torn one. They'll be nice. There's one with a cross. So we're going to do these. Let me measure them so you know how big. These are smaller documents. Like I was telling you, paper was very expensive, as you can imagine, and scarce. 5.5 inches by 8 inches. So what I would do with them is scan them, because then you can just print them out endlessly. So, you might want to craft with the original if it's up, if you feel like it. But mostly I would say to scan them so that you could print them out. And the good thing is you're getting a folio, which really means four scannable and printable pages. So you won't just have the same page to print over and over again. You'll have 4 different versions of it. You can print it on the back side of digitals. You can print it onto some newsprint or coffee dyed paper, that kind of stuff. So let me go ahead and get this typed in. So far, everything has sold, Cheryl. Let me get this typed in. This is 1603, and I will try to not go on and on about things, but that just happened. So 16. Like I said, I'm not in a hurry tonight. I'm not feeling like I need to be in a hurry tonight. 1603 to 1604. Handwritten records. And you're buying one folio. And in Etsy, the 1637, one single page is $24. You're getting an older book. You're getting a folio, which means 2 pages. And I'm not going to charge you an arm and a leg for them. I'm just going to do them at $29. So one single page, half of this that is newer, not as old, is $24. I'm going to do the 2-page folio in an older book for $29. Hopefully that makes sense to you all. Okay, there they go. And again, this is what we're looking at. I mean, this fluffy, lovely rag paper. And this is the book that these come out of. Super old book. Super old. Animal skin vellum cover, dated on the front. The pages are also dated on the inside. There is an index in here and some other stuff, but I kind of skip over the index, title page, and there's some documents. So that's that. Lots of people have asked me if I will sell a whole book. I have sold some whole books, thinner ones, because obviously you can imagine they get kind of expensive. If someone is interested in a whole book of this type of thing, you can text me and we can talk about it. But before you do that, I will caution you, they have a lot of pages. I do have some thinner ones, but they have a lot of pages. And you can see what the value of the pages are. So just keep that in mind before you text me. And then we'll go from there in text if you're really interested in one. Okay, so these guys. This is from the 1603 to 1604. Folio. We did them for $29. And the first person after the go, so I'm just going to make this list. I should have enough for everyone here. And even if you wanted a multiple of them, so you have more pages to scan, I should have enough. There's probably 300 or 500, I don't know how many pages in this book. So a folio should get us about 150 to 250 folios. So we should have more than plenty for everyone tonight. So if you want extras, more, just come in again at the bottom and say total so that I know that you want that many total and it's not that you're like adding on or something like that. Okay. Linda RB is first. Then we have Catherine R. After Catherine, we have Tori, Debs, Rhonda Baum. After Rhonda, Concelia. They're just cool, guys. They're just really cool to feel. They will feel like no other paper. Trust me, because they're 400 years old. Paper making has came a long way. They will feel like no other paper. Let me make sure I'm not missing anyone. And I'm really going to look for Allison to see if it's going to kick her out all night. I mean, I got some messages, so hopefully not. After Concelia, we have Deborah K. Karen Lim. And she wants to. You did that perfectly. Now I know you want to. And then after that, Alice W. Lena for 2. And then scrolling, Christine J. Christine J. Jackie H. She wants 2. Thank you, guys. Jody M. She wants 2. Sarah F. Shauna H. And she wants 5. Then Karen Jorg. Thank you, thank you. Need a sip of water. I made it 2 hours in. Karen Jorg. Tara B. Cynthia. After Cynthia, Juliet. And she wants 3. Thank you. Marcella T. After Marcella, Paula Dross. After Paula, Beth, CZ. Scrolling down, CC. After CC, Cindy Vin. Shelly, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Shelly R. CB. I need to put Claudia, it will mess me up. Claudia, CB, perfect. Wendy L. And she would like to. Then we have Linda B. I'm sorry, I can't say Linda B. Linda Barr. We have another Linda B. Linda Barr. Then Amy D. Angela Ed. I know. It is really cool to think about the whole part of being from 1600s. For me, it is. I know life was very hard. Lori S. I haven't decided what I'm doing with the covers so far. Lots of people have asked me. Karen Lim would like 4 total. Let me go and get that. Karen Lim, total of 4. Perfect. Juliet would like 5 total. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. I was going to say how many were in a signature, but honestly, it probably does vary. So it's better we just do it like this. So we've got 4 and we've got 5. A lot of people have asked. I haven't decided. I've been keeping them all so far. I know the covers are very cool. We have some old parchments that are like that too. Lena would like total of 3. 3, perfect. They are really cool. You know, I don't know, for $29, I don't know where else we're going to get a 400-year-old handwritten document. Honestly, not in this country, we're not. So thank you guys very much for that. I really appreciate it. So there's that. Let's do these quick because they are on my table. And then we're going to get into the checks and the invoices. So there's those 2. Oh, I see a couple more here. Amy W. Margaret, I didn't see you. Are you coming in for this item, Margaret? Do you want one of these, the documents I just had on the table for Margaret L? Let me know if you want on the list for the 1600 document. Let me scroll back up. Maybe it's being weird tonight and kicking people out. If you don't hear your name, just ask me or just say, hey, did you skip me? Whatever. Yeah. I don't see you in the streaming software. It's not coming over. I know we've had a problem before. I know that problem is resolved from your name change. So everything is good, except for sometimes the streaming software will kick out a comment. If you try to type in and be cute and say like something or put an emoji or spell it out weird or whatever, a lot of times the streaming software will kick that out for one reason or another. When you're claiming stuff, if you just type it like as plain and basic as you can, that helps avoid it getting kicked out. I don't know exactly what the problem is. It just does it to some people, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't see you on the list, but so yes, she wants one. Okay, Margaret, you're on the list. Your last comment got me. Barbara S. Okay. Barbara S. would like one. Okay. Are we all good? All done? I think we are. Okay. Moving on to these now. I only have 2. I had a whole bunch to start with. They're both blue. This one is a darker blue, closer to a navy blue. And these are all hand painted. You can actually feel the enameled paint with your finger. Of course, they're sealed. Like, it's kind of like, I mean, it's enameled, so it's very durable and baked on here. It's not coming off. You can see there's some rust, whatever here, a little bit of chipping around the outside edge, but nothing like it's old. So you want it to look authentic, right? So I've got a number 40. That's the back side. And I've got a number 12. The 12 is obviously quite larger, more rustic, more antiqued naturally. That's the back side. It's all sealed back here. And then on the front, you can see there is a little bit of rust around the holes, some down here. But again, it just makes it look authentic because it is. So these are really, this one is probably around the 20s or 30s. I think this is before the war. If it's not before, it is right after. And then this one is probably 40s, 50s, in that time frame. I'll measure them so that you know how big they are. And again, you could use it for home decor, which is what I've used mine for. You can mount them right on the wall or lean them on a shelf. They're 6 inches. This is 6 by 4 for the smaller one. This guy, I'm just going to measure the plaque part of it. It's about 8 inches by a little over 6. So basically, it's half. The little one is half size. Okay. Mount them on the wall, definitely. They're really cool mounted to like a door, just as a number on a door in your home, maybe the bathroom, whatever. Lean it up on a shelf just against, maybe you collect that white ironstone pitchers or platters, or you have a French country kitchen, or what they now call farmhouse, which is really a version of French country, but farmhouse, I know it's American, but still, you could do that with it. You could do many things with it. It's also just cool in your craft room. But, I have been trying to find some flat ones to scan for us so that we can have a digital of just a bunch of the French enameled things. The problem with scanning them is the scanner has a very bright light. Sometimes it can get a little glary. Nothing you can't fix, but finding enough of them to scan has been a problem. Okay, so there's those two. I am going to do 40 is letter A. 12 is letter B. So if you want the 12, type in me B. If you want the 40, type in me A. Okay. Here these are enameled. These are iron. I'm going to call them numbers, but they're for houses or streets, mostly buildings. Enameled iron numbers. These are authentic old French ones. You will see that the second you put it in your hands. We're going to do A for 59. We are going to do B for 69. I know it's not double the price, but A and B, if I can get those typed in right. Yes. And I just have the 2 of them left. Old ones are very hard to find. You can see a lot of reproductions being sold in other platforms, but they're new. They have used them for home decor, so they've made like new cheap ones out of tin, mostly done in China. So if you want an old one, they're getting scarcer. Also, it's very illegal to take them off the buildings. Lots of tourists try, but yeah, they get in trouble. Okay, so after the go, the first person in is Karen Jorg, and she is claiming the B. Karen Jorg. She's right above you, Shauna. And after that, we've got Claudia for the A. Claudia. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, wait. I messed that up. Sorry, Claudia. Claudia, I have made my second error of the night. Shauna H has the 12 or any. So it will go to Shauna H because she has any at the end. I was not paying attention to the end of her statement. When I find another one, Claudia, remember that I owe you. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Those are very awesome to use as decor. Some of my most favorite things ever from France sit on a shelf in the entryway, and those are going to be there. I just say it because I don't like to see the made in China reproductions of antique things. All right, let's get into some other fun things. We have checks. We have tons. I'm going to spill it, right? I'm going to spill it. We have tons of checks. So when I get these, I like to sell them as they come. Like, so this is one purchase for me, and I like to sell the checks all from the same lot so that you guys see and buy exactly as I'm showing it, instead of me just like showing you one pile but then pulling from another kind of a situation. So these ones are, I'm just going to say they're really lovely checks, but I am making a digital of some. I didn't make digitals of these ones, but I have some pulled that I'm making a digital on. So you guys are welcome to scan them. Obviously, you can scan anything you get from me. It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. But I encourage you guys, if you're scanning and you're turning things into digitals, scan the checks that you get and turn them into digitals. Lots of people like crafting. I'm trying to show you that background pattern on there. It's like a light little pink diamond. Lots of people are making like little matchbook. It would go this way. A little matchbook kind of journal out of them. Just as a put in a pocket. I'll show you this in a 365 video probably soon, but you make a little matchbook that opens up and it has pages in it. So that's one option. Obviously you just fold it in half and put it in a journal. You can use them in those tall document journals because you need really tall things. So that's kind of nice there too. But there are a lot of different designs, different handwriting, printing, whatever, different dates. They're from the late 1800s. Like this is 1883. They do go into the 30s and maybe there's a few in the 40s, but I try to keep them all like looking the same. What I mean by that is I try to choose ones that all have a similar look to them. So as we go through, like that's still 1900, that's 1917. So, 1887, this is 1930s. I don't typically do these little guys here. That's why they're as a bundle, because I don't usually put them in your bundles. I like to give you the full size checks in this lot. So these are like little handwritten where somebody made a payment to the court system where it was part of a legal case. I don't typically do those. I'm not saying I won't, but not usually. This is 1930. This is getting to the later portion. Sometimes you'll see they have interesting stamps or court stamps on the back. But, just an overview. Almost all of them will have a tax stamp. Like this guy doesn't. Sometimes they have it on the back. He just doesn't have one. But almost all of them will have at least one tax stamp on them. And then some of them have like a whole portion, a whole row of tax stamps. I don't know if I will find one in this pile, but we'll look together. One of the better ways to see these, because it is hard, right? One of the better ways to see these is for me just to kind of stack it and then flip down the edge. See, like some have lots of tax stamps. Some have tax stamps on this side as well as the other side. There's a whole section of these green ones, and I love these because they say Paris. See, like, look, I just passed it. See, like there's a whole row of tax stamps plus some on the front. So they're just all different, right? Some are much more plain and some are much more fancy. When I do the lots of these, I just go down the sort table and just put them into piles. I'm not going to spend time like picking anything out other than like something like this where it's half of one, it's damaged. I'll pull out damaged things, but other than that, I'm not going to be too concerned or picky with, that kind of stuff. So you guys can see them. That's those. We're going to do them. Okay. Hello, Wendy. Wendy B. Hello, hello. Let's go ahead and get these checks in here. French. I'm going to say antique, but you guys know some of them did go into the 30s that we saw, and there may be a 40s in here somewhere. French antique checks. These are super big. Before we do anything else, let me show you. Because if you have never seen one of these in person, you're not really prepared. They're 10.5 inches by a little over 4, almost 4.25. The size ranges a little bit, but very large checks. Like if I had an American check, hold on one second. I told you we were in slow mode today. Let me pull an American check for you. Just one little American check. Well, I don't know if it's American or not, but it's a normal check that we would see in our country, right? It's an older one, and even this is bigger than what they are today. But you can see size difference. It's very different size. And this is larger than, like, a normal check of today's time is pretty small. So there's that. I don't even know what this is. The Eastern Express Company from 1867. No clue. But there's that. There's tons of things in here that I literally have no idea where they came from or why I have them. But if it's paper, I collected it. Anyway, French antique checks. They are 5 random checks for $25. I do charge based off of how much I pay for each lot. So the price does vary a few dollars here or there. And it's dependent, like a better lot of checks cost me more. Sometimes the seller just asks more. It is what it is. So 5 for 25. There's the go for those. Yep. I don't feel like a grandma, but like I don't feel old like a grandma. I shouldn't say that. I don't know when you like transition from like not grandma mentality to grandma mentality. I don't know. Do you guys know what I mean? Like it's really different. It's new and it's different. I'm excited for it though. Let me make this list. So if you want to grab a snack or a drink or a potty break or whatever it is that you guys need to do for a few minutes, to make this list will take me a second. So if you've already got your order in there, if you want to step away or something, you can do that. I won't move on to another item for several minutes now while we make this list. Let's do set of 5. French checks, set of 5. Perfect. Okay, first person after the go. Cynthia C. And you can choose as many lots of these as you want. There are like probably 800 checks here. There's many checks. Cynthia C. Danny H. Debs. Jody M. Jerry. Jackie H. Lynette, I see the times, but I don't know how many, hun. So if you would let me know. Lynette San. Amy W. Anyone coming in for an extra or whatever, just tell me total at the end so I can correct it. Amy W. CC. Catherine. Almost. Catherine. Marcella T. Thank you guys. And Marcella would like 2 sets. Then we have Jan C. Deborah K. Shauna H. And then after Shauna, Karen Jorg. Deborah RM. Let me pause for just 1 second with Deborah. I want to point this out to you. If you already have shopped with me last week, for most items that I am selling tonight, you can add things tonight and on Thursday for basically no extra shipping charge. So I point that out because you're already getting a package shipped to you. Many times if you bought books or something bigger, it's going to go in a flat rate box, and I can fill that flat rate box completely full before it will cost us any more money to move to another package, right? Because it's flat rate. So whatever I can cram in there will ship for one fee if it's going flat rate. If you have a smaller order, it's just going to go usually ground advantage, and a couple items here or there does not really change that shipping rate that much. It might move it $1 or something, right? So the second week of sales, you basically can add for 0 shipping. And if you bought a big book or something for, if you think you're going to fill a flat rate box, or you just have heavier things that it makes sense books to ship in a flat rate box, because you also have other things, so I can't use media mail. There's a whole thing, right? But anyway, basically you can ship for free or very, very little. That's Deborah RM I left off with. Then we have Paula Dross. And if you didn't shop last week because this is your first week here, then I'll ship whatever you claim this week. And then next week we'll start a new week, and you'll have 4 sales, because I sell every Tuesday and every Thursday. It's always different stuff. You'll have 4 sales next cycle to shop, and then all ship together. Melanie S., Susan Elliott, Christine J., Debbie R. 42, Jennifer, can't do that one. Jennifer, reach out to me. Lena, well, actually, let me double check that. Hold on. One sec. I can do it. Apologies. I knew I needed to double check this before doing it this way. Jennifer W., I apologize. You are good to go. It's different, Jennifer. I'm looking for. Jennifer W., good to go. Lena wanted 2. Got Lena for 2. I knew it was going to get sticky. Thank you guys for bearing with me. We got to figure out a better way of doing it, right? Karen Lim. They're just random. Because I don't want to pull all the old ones for one person and then someone else doesn't get the old ones. You guys know what I mean? They're just random. Also, I don't have time to sort through them like that. You just get them the same way I get them, unless I pull out a torn one or something. Lynette San, and she wants 3. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. The only fair way to do it is just to be completely random. Wendy L., and she wants 2. And then Juliet. And after Juliet, Claudia, CB. After Claudia, Evelyn L. Thank you. Then we've got BB for 1, and Concelia, and Cindy Vin, and Tori, Rhonda Baum, Paula Dross. Wait a minute. Who was I looking for? Not Paula. I was looking for somebody who typed in a quantity, and then they'll let me know down below. Paula Dross. It gets better every year. I imagine it does, until they get older and lose interest in grandmas, probably. I know. It will be so sad. Angela Ed. And then Terry Brown. I'm sorry, Terry B. Yeah. Concentration lacking. Very much lacking when I'm tired. Terry B. Oh, gosh. See, I have joint problems, so that's going to be an issue for me. Let's see. It is a blessing. Nita. Nita is next. Paula Dress wants 2 total. Perfect. I got you, Debbie R. It just took me a while, and I did pause. I understand that problem, Deborah RM. Okay, I think we're good. I got you for 2, Wendy. Wendy L, you're on there for 2. Lynette wants 3. That's the one. And you got them. Perfect. Okay, we're good. We did it. Now let's do invoices. I will tell you that I don't have as many invoices as I do checks. They're getting harder and harder to find, as you guys imagine. You know, the more I go back to the well, the harder they are to find, right? Okay, so there's checks. Let's do these invoices. So we're going to do the regular straight invoices. And then after these straight invoices, we will do these sets. And it's a check and invoice that matches each other. So those are last. Let's do these. I don't have millions of them. So I'm going to do them in a set of 4. So more people can get them. Because if I did them in a set of 5, it would, knock it down quite a bit. So we're going to do them in a set of 4. They are completely random. Some have tax stamps. More than half do not have tax stamps. Some are much fancier across the top. Some are double-sided, meaning, I don't know if I can find one. Some are double-sided where they have some type of graph or, ledger type invoice paper on the back of it. Some of them are half size. So some are half, I don't know if they're half, but some are smaller. They're not really half size, but they are smaller. If I give you a smaller one, it will only be one smaller one. Unless you want to request a pack of smalls, then I can do a pack of smalls. But some of them, like this is a pretty large small. Some of the smalls in here are, like here's a pile of smalls. Okay, they're about the same size, but all different kind of smalls. So if you want to request smalls, you can do it. There was a random bunch of those. I saw one about wine. You can see that they are, some are very, very pretty and some are more plain. Some do have the, it's leaving me. Whatever this is, it's not a typewriter, but it's the other thing. That thing. Some are more plain. Some have extra stamps or little, handwritten. Somebody's recorded it or paid it or whatever the case is. Dates on these, they start in the 1800s. This is 1967, but it is fairly pretty. It's just kind of all over the place. I wouldn't say there's anything after the 70s, but this one is 1901. I think most of them are 1800s to 1930s. There's that one, 1902. This one's got a tax stamp, 1915. And I'm just skipping a large chunk so that we can kind of see overall. Here's some more small ones. Some small ones will have tax stamp. I saw a bunch of wax. This is a wax seal back here that somebody was doing something with. Maybe designing something. I don't know. There's like little writing around it. This is more fancy one. There's a pack of those. A little pink one with a tax stamp. This, I didn't sort this pile, so this is not what I'm going to send you. That's just in this stack. I pull out all the random things. Like this is not an invoice. I only send you invoices. So all of these little forms right here, we can save those and do something else with them. But invoices, some invoices are letters. So it's on that company header. It's on the company letterhead. That's what we call it in America, but it's a business letter. And so you will see letters in here. Again, this is not an invoice. This is an invoice. Invoice, 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 invoice. This is not an invoice. It's actually a folder with a bunch of other things in it. Invoice. So a pink one, a beautiful one, a blue one, not an invoice. These are all not invoices. Here's invoices. This is the way it comes though. So part of the fun of doing this is you get to discover and sort through all the stuff, right? So I get to see it one time as I stick it in your bag, and that's about what I get to see of it. Obviously, I have some of these for myself, but you know, I usually keep the ones that are damaged or torn or whatever, and that's what I craft with. These are again fun to scan. If you get a pack of 4 of them, that's an instant digital. Here's some half sheet ones that are a little bit different. You could get half sheet ones that are kind of up and down instead of sideways. So if you order the smalls, they'll just be all kinds of random. Here's a nice small one. All kinds of random smalls. I'm going to move these, show you the rest kind of quickly, and then we're going to do it. So if it has a small tear, I might include it if I needed to, but generally I include ones that are not torn. This happens to be torn because it's actually a folded letter that someone has flattened. So if it has something extra and I think it's worth it, I would include it. Otherwise, I would skip over it, find a better option. You can see there's several of those ones that were letters. And there's several other folders that have this kind of material in it that I will also go through and pull out. You can see there was some checks in there. Like this is a later one, and even it's 1931, so it's almost 100 years old. I've seen everything from chocolate to wine. There's other alcohol. These are much later. I don't typically include these ones. They just look too new to me. It's 1960. So I don't typically include those ones. I have a different purpose. I make packs that are the newer ones and sell those at a later point. But they're quite nice. So you're just going to get random assortment. Ooh, look at this one. It's like a deep cherry color. I know that the colored ones, you know, signify different things within the companies, but this is what we're looking at. A big pile of invoices. There are some more bundles of these. Like I have ephemera stashed everywhere in this room at this point. But that's that. Are we ready? You're not on the list again. Margaret, I can see you now, so I don't know why it's being mean to you. Margaret L., would you like one set of the checks, or let me know if it's more than one so I can fix it? Okay. They never lose interest? Well, I think when they get older, they probably do, right? Just like you were super close with your children until, like, you know, they became teenagers and then they had their own friends or something. I don't know. So here's what we're looking at. Let's get these typed in. French invoices. They are going to be 4 invoices. 4. We're going to have to do 4 of them for, I'm going to do them for 24, and I'll tell you why. They're charging me a lot of money now for these, which is why I don't have a million of them. Maybe eventually I will find them again in quantity where they're cheaper, but for now, for this lot of them, I need 4 for 24. It's just, I'm having to pay like probably $4 or something close to that. It might be at, well, see, and it's €4. So after €4 gets converted, I pay bank fees to convert from dollars to euro, and I also have to pay, you know, euro is worth a lot more than dollars, so I lose money on the conversion like crazy, and then I have to pay shipping, and then I have to pay tariffs now. So It is what it is. I've been paying tariffs for a while, but they weren't calculating it as crazy as they are now. Now they're charging me the tariff fee and they're charging me the fee to collect the fee, and it's more than it used to be. So all in all, I'm probably selling them for what I paid, or a little more, a little less than what I paid. I probably paid a little more. It's hard for me because I always buy in euro. And so in my head, I was like, oh, I'm paying $4 for this. But I'm paying for euro, which after all the fees is probably like $6.50, $7. It is what it is. It's all good. We'll be fine. But I do need to kind of get it in my head that, the conversion really does work against me now. Okay, let me do this spreadsheet again. It will take a little bit. So, and I haven't been able to put these in Etsy because I don't ever have enough quantity to do that. I bring them here and then you guys pretty much wipe me out. I know some people have asked for these and the checks. French invoice, sets of 4. There we go. There we go. And the first person is Debs. And if you came in before the go, I won't read your name out. So if you don't hear your name, that was just because you were right before the go. I can see Terry B, Marcella B, Ruth C, sorry. You guys I can see were before the go. Debs, so just come in again. Danny H. Danny H wants 2. I will fill it as much as I can. You may or may not get your multiple quantity on this. It just depends on how many people are claiming tonight. Then there's Jerry, and Jerry wants the small. So I need to type small in there. Perfect. Thank you, Jerry. The smalls are cute, and you can put 2 side by side and scan them into one page. So that's an option too, if you're scanning. Okay, back to stop squirreling every time. Catherine, thank you. Jody M. Then we have Marcella T. And she says 1 small of her total of 2. Perfect, thank you. Claudia CB for 1. Shelly R for 1. Karen Lim, and she wants 2. Then we have Deborah K. Tori. Shauna H. Lena for 2. Then we have Allison. You are here this time, Allison. Allison R. And then Karen Jorg. Debbie R. Evelyn L. After Evelyn, we have Concelia. Yes, Concelia. Juliet. After Juliet, Wendy L. Melanie. Melanie S. Then we have Cheryl L. Cheryl-Lynn. I'm just going to call you Cheryl-Lynn. And she wants small. I feel like I keep missing people. I got her. Okay. Then we have Jennifer W. Then Beth CZ. Hold on. Assorted. Okay. Beth CZ. BB. Ruth C. for 3. Perfect. Terry B. And she says a quantity of 2, but 1 small. Did I type 1 small? I did. Okay. Just making sure. 1 small. Then we have Marcella B. And Marcella says 2. Then Lois. And she says 1 small. And a total of 2. And then Ricky. After Ricky, Angela. Angela Ed. Sorry, I forget there's lots of Angelas now. Paula Dross. Cindy Bin. I think she must be like the OG Angela. Deborah K. I'm not sure who was first, Angela Ed or some other Angela. I'm not sure. I think you might have been first. Then Paula, right? We got her. We got Cindy. We got, Deborah K. Add a set of just smalls. Okay, let me fix it, Deborah. Let me go back up here and fix wherever you originally are. Right there. 1 small. Total of 2. Perfect. Okay. Then we need to add Deborah RM. Deborah RM. Karen M. I think we're okay with Karen M, right? Marcella T would like 1 small. 1 small, yes. Got you. Terry B. 1 small and 1 large. Do I already have you on this list? I do. Yep, 1 small, 1 large. Got you. Marcella T. Just 1 set. Okay, so you either are claiming 1 set or 1 small. Marcella T, what set do you want? Please clarify so I can make sure I got it correct. Danny H, 1 small, 1 regular. I can change that to that. 1 small. There we go for Danny H. 1 small and 1 regular. Karen would like 1 small, 1 regular. Let me fix that. Karen, 1 small. Okay. Then I see you, Margaret. I see you. I get to your name going in order from the top. So sometimes you might think I'm missing you, but you are there. I just haven't got to your name yet through the streaming software. I did think that earlier it did kick your comment out 1 time, so no problem in checking. Lena would like 1 small, 1 regular. Got it. Then Catherine would like the same. 1 small, total of 2. Perfect. Marcella wants 1 small, 1 regular. That's exactly what I have for you, Marcella T. Shauna H would like total of 2 and 1 small. Everybody's liking the small now. Okay, then we have Cheryl W. Wait, did we already get Cheryl W? Cheryl Wall would like 1. No, totally fine. I get it. Lois. Let me double check that for you, Lois. Yep, I've got 1 small and 1 regular for Lois. I think we're good. We're all good on those. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next ones in this little category. I literally have no place to put those. Let's swap. Let's put those ones up there and bring these ones down. And then we've got these. So these are something different. We don't usually find them this way. However, in the accounting offices of these larger factories, businesses, whatever they were, there were different ways of keeping, all the paper records. And in this particular office where these were found all in the same office, just pretty much like this bundle I've got right here. But the way that they were doing it is they were keeping, and again, I will not send you a torn one that's this badly torn, obviously, but they were keeping it where the same check with the same company went to the same invoice. So they are pasted together. I have not tried, if you want to separate them, I would first try steam. So boil up a pan of water and let this steam kind of rise up from the pan and get in here. It's not going to ruin your document to have the little steam moisture, but it will probably soften the glue enough from the heat plus the moisture to where you can pull them apart without damaging anything. If that doesn't work, you can try taking a damp sponge and just going lightly over it to moisten the two documents, because there's two, right? Moisten it with a damp sponge. Don't get the whole thing soaked, just enough to add moisture here, and then let it sit. Not for 5 hours, but just let it sit and slowly check it. Is it coming off? Is it not coming off? Mostly the paste glue that they used back then will separate. Some of you may not care and may not want to separate them. It's totally fine. Like, this is a really nice piece of ephemera to put in a junk journal. I don't know, maybe you leave this as a fold out over here on this page. Maybe you wrap it around and do something as a little fold out flippy thing. Sew this in. There's many ways of using it, but they're all together. And obviously I can't sit and steam and separate them, but if I only had 4, I probably would. But when I have this many, obviously I can't do it. But these are from different time periods. This is 1927. And you'll notice most of the invoices in here are much better quality, like fancy headers. I mean, not all, some are plain, but a lot of the ones in here are fancier. Both the check is fancy and the invoice is fancy. If you want to scan and make a digital, having matching things like this where you have the matching receipt, the check, and the matching invoice for a digital, I think is very valuable because most people don't have matching things, right? Most people can't be like, oh, I have a set of this. So some are pasted. Like this is pasted where it's folded over and it's pasted right there. I don't know how much paste is in here, but there's paste in there. And some, like this one, are just right at the very top. And you can kind of see in there, there is a little bit of dried pasty glue. So whatever they were using, it might leave a little bit of residue. It might not. If you're familiar with Photoshop, like basic Photoshop, anytime you scan anything, if it's got a dot or whatever splotch on it, there's many different techniques, but you can pick up any of this other color and come over and erase or fill that. So it's editable in Photoshop quite easily. But you notice that a lot of the checks are double tack stamped. They're fancier checks. This one is actually for a bottle of some type of alcohol, an aperitif. This is a very beautiful pink check. I love this pink check. And a more plain invoice. There's this one here. It's blue. I'm not really sure, but it's got a cute little lady over there. And a check. They're all matching, and that is why they have been put together like this. So there is a section of plain ones. And then there is a section of fancier ones. Even the plain ones have fancy handwriting. There's some odds and ends stuff in here. This one you can see somebody didn't care and they just ripped off checks. So obviously I'm not sending you those torn ones. This has a couple little bits attached to it. If it has something else attached to it, it just, it goes along with it, obviously. So you get a little invoice, a check, and a big invoice. I'm going to flip through this way. I feel like it will speed things along. You guys can kind of get an idea. So there's quite a few of those ones in there. Skipped a big chunk there. Did you guys get the idea? So like, they fell over. I think quite a few also have little attachments to either the invoice or the check. Not uncommon, like I'm seeing little attachments here or there, like that's got some like telegram receipt. the really nice one, and this one's already come unattached. So you might be able to clean that, but it is unattached there. If it's already unattached, I'm just sending it the way it is. So there's that one. You can see there's just a little spot of glue there. Another one with some type of wine bottle or alcohol bottle. It may have been like a restaurant or something like that where, you know, they were ordering in all of this product. These ones have little other notices down here. But that's these. I don't have very many. I just have what I'm showing you. So that's those. And now after all of that, we're going to do them. If I didn't want to steam them, I would just use them. Just straight up put them in the journal, like I said, like even this one with the two little flap out things. So obviously you can unbend that. I would fold this guy in half. He's not really already creased right there, but I would fold him in half, put him in a journal as a page. And then for these two little guys here, you could wrap them around another page. You could make them a little flip out. You would just have little flippy doos. I think it would be fun. You might see me do it. There's some damaged ones in here. I think I can play with them. Okay, so what are we looking for here? Undo is the solvent used in scrapbook and melts away adhesive and does not harm the paper. Awesome, Ruth. Awesome. Okay, let's get these in. These guys. So you're at least getting one check and one invoice. If it's got something extra, who cares? Like it's on there, right? So let's do these in sets of 3, which is really 6 pieces. Okay. So these are French invoices with attached. I'm going to say attached, even though a few of them have come unattached, detached. French invoices with attached checks. We're going to do 3 sets equals 6 pieces. Now, if you just can do some math in your head, you're getting 3 invoices and 3 checks. So it's 6 pieces, right? So we're going to do these at 35. I do not have very many sets of these to go. That's really the best I can do for them. So we're just going to do it. You notice that they have little bits of little holes off to the side. They were bound in something. I didn't get what they were bound in, but they were bound in something like a little binder or something. But these holes off to the side, they have little bits of rust, like a rusty safety pin or whatever was in there. I'm hoping you guys are picking up the little bit of rust, but there are little bits of rust on them and they're very small holes. So I don't know what kind of binder, maybe like one of those wire binders. That might have been what these were in. I wish I got the original binder thing, but it doesn't come that way. So that goes there. That's what we got. A pile of goodness. Let me do this spreadsheet quick. Okay. We probably will sell out on these. So if you don't see it on your invoice, because I don't know who at the moment, but if you don't see it on your invoice, just know that it sold out before I got to you. Okay. French invoices, attached checks, 3 sets, and there they are. And the first person in. First person is Danny H. Danny H has very fast internet or very good timing. Danny H. Beth CZ. Thank you, thank you. Shauna H for 2. Again, I'll fill it as best I can. Deborah K. Scrolling down. Deborah RM. Wendy L. Lena. Juliet. Catherine. Melanie S. Concelia. Marcella T. Claudia CB. I really want to start just saying CB. Claudia CB. I don't know why. Because you have it in parentheses? I don't know. Claudia CB. Evelyn L. Ruth C. And again, she'd like 2 if possible. Let me scroll up. Who else asked for 2? Because I didn't put it in. Shauna H. Shauna 2. I forgot. Okay. Back to Ruth. Then we've got Karen Lim. Debbie R. Wait, Karen Lim. One set. Okay. Debbie R. Eventually I'll have a moderator to read me the names. Debbie R. It will speed things up. Tori B. Because they'll sort out the, like the color choices would have been much easier. Eventually, I'll get my ducks in a row. Tori B. Only 4 or 5 years into this. Tori B. Allison R. Okay. Marcella B. Marcella B. Thank you. Paula Dross. And Rebecca P. Okay, I've got them all. I think we're probably good for everyone who claimed, even the duplicates. There may be a few extra in here, so if anyone wanted one or wanted more, claim it now and I'll fill it as best I can. But we're probably good for everyone who claimed. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. Thank you all. Okay, so that was those guys. Let's do these music cards. I still am trying to get, what time are we at? Where are we at? 2, yep, we're good. Okay, because I have lots of onesie items to do also. So next is these. Let's do them so I can get them off the desk. I need some desk space for some things tonight. So we're going to do small, but if you weren't here in the beginning, we've had small before, but we haven't had giant before. So giant, are these two stuck? No. Giant and small. The small is roughly half of the giant, roughly. They're all different shapes. So you're going to see that when I show, we're going to do the small first, but when I show you them, they're all different shapes and they're all on different things. So just so you know, let me measure to get an idea. The large ones measure 7.5, but slightly over that, by 10.25. Now this one you can see is a little bit different shape, a little bit taller, a little bit more narrow. So roughly those sizes for the large. And these are heavy because they're on old cardboard or very thick cardstock. The small guys, I stack them up so you can see how they're different sizes. Okay. And here's these ones. These ones are more consistent. But roughly, they will measure 5.25 by 7, roughly. Like I said in the beginning, some are handwritten. So some have handwritten music. Some are printed. They are stuck together. Some are printed. Most of them are double-sided. Most of the big ones, most of the small ones are double-sided. Not all, but most I have found are double-sided. And I'll show you, like, some have some damage. If it has damage, I'll keep it for now. I'm going to do mostly, better quality ones. This one was from a school or band or something. I don't know, but it's got a stamp on it. So this is probably the back. There's the front. We're upside down for whatever reason. I'll kind of flip through this way. I'm just going to flip them. You guys can see the back side, but I'm just going to flip chunks so you get an idea. These ones are all mostly the same size. All of those mostly printed. Then we get into some that are handwritten. I don't want to put them upside down, but some handwritten. Some have a border around it and a nice little rounded corner. Different. They're dated 49, so probably 1949. Different kinds of cardstock like I was talking about. So there's one that's not double-sided. Several here that, well, this is just regular cardstock or cardboard. But very cute. You can see where I'm talking about, like, maybe you want to scan it because you don't want to use the original. If you scan it, you can print them out over and over again, right? But just adding some little decorative things. Imagine this is a journal card with some of what I'm selling on Thursday glued on here, like Christmas tree, Santa Claus, roses, little children playing in the garden, that kind of stuff glued on here would make an amazing journal card. They would make amazing home decor pieces too. Like if you're into mixed media, you could use this as a canvas. And they're on really thick, like much thicker than what we would use for junk journaling in reality. They're not so thick they're going to cause bulk necessarily, but they're very thick and sturdy. Very thick. So here's a whole stack of those kind. And then there's some that are like more, somebody just hand wrote music and glued it to cardboard. So there's a bunch that are just handwritten music glued to cardboard. You can see this used to be some kind of band packaging. But you're going to get a pack of these. They will be random. Like this is too damaged for me to send to you. So I can keep this for another purpose. But we're going to do an assortment, and I can't guarantee that you will get, you know, all handwritten or all printed. It is what it is. Like this is too damaged for me to send to you. If it has a little damage on one side, I probably wouldn't be too angry about it. But, you know, if it's got a lot of damage, then I'll keep it and do something else with it. But you guys are kind of seeing them. I'm going to skip that section. Like these ones half do and half don't. Some of them have a little strip of music that's pasted on top of, you can see the handwriting back here. There is another song, handwritten it looks like, on the underneath of this little music strip. You might be able to remove it. I don't know. It's got, these are the damaged ones from the beginning, I think. There's those. Many of the same songs, so I will not give you obviously the same song a bunch of times. Some damaged ones here for me to play with. That's cool. I get some too. I would love to just scan some of these. In fact, I probably will because they're super awesome. Just blank bases, right? Hopefully you guys get them and love them too. And then there's more handwritten ones. Handwritten. So this is the lot. This is exactly where yours are coming from. Like this one to me is too damaged to send to you. I will play with it happily. So there's that. Okay. We have this many. I know it looks like a lot, but it's thick cardboard. So there really isn't that many here. I know how many I bought and it's not a super ton. So there's those. Keep in mind, these are like if you think about big band music, what do they call them? They were maybe used for marching bands, but also used for bands. What am I trying to say? Like the professional music bands that would play at different, like a club in the 30s or 40s or something like that. So I'm not sure exactly what they were used for. Maybe some of both, but that's kind of what we're looking at. Okay, small ones. Small French thick music cards. Keeping in mind small, like I'm going to measure the smaller one of these two. Keeping in mind it's 4 3/4 by 6.5 for the smaller one. There are larger ones over there. And we're going to do them in packs of 2. Pack of 2. For a pack of 2, they are going to be $24. That is right about where I am being charged for these. I love them and I want to have them, and I am happy to keep whatever you guys do not want because I do have a plan for them. So when you scan things, here's what my advice is scan it exactly the way you receive it, the original way. Then you can decorate it. You could decorate one that you printed out with things that are copyright free and then scan those so that you also can print them out with the decorations on them. So if you're using antique things that are copyright free, you can scan them and then make those into a digital as well. So your decorated ones can become a digital as well as the plain base ones. A lot of people, they don't really think about that second part of it. If you go to the work of, decorating one, as long as there's nothing on there that's still under copyright, you're good to make a digital out of that as well. Just you guys do the legal work of what's copyright, what's not, but that's my advice to you. Okay, there those went. Big bands. That's exactly what I was thinking, but I couldn't remember. Thank you. Okay, so there's those. These are very expensive for me to buy. But like I said, I'm happy to keep them if you guys do not want them because I love them. I think they're beautiful. All right, I'm going to get that spreadsheet set up and we're going to do them. Small pack of 2. We did them for 24, which is not great for accounting for me, but we're doing it. This is more of a share. Allison R is first in and she would like 2 packs. Hopefully that really means 2. My stomach is growling now. Excuse me. Debs would like a set. Alice W. Linda RB. Christine J. Catherine. Yes. And Shauna H. What about scanning them and shrinking them down and making them like Christmas tree ornaments? If you print, I mean, you could do them big like this too, but it might overwhelm my tree. I might have to print them out smaller, and then you could use something decorative to make a little hanger, and then it can have a little scene that you did on it. I so want to do a junk journal Christmas tree. If I ever get a break, I really want to do a junk journal Christmas tree. And what a junk journal Christmas tree is I really haven't seen anyone do one, but here's how mine is in my head. It's like a smaller Christmas tree that you could set in your office or, your craft room, whatever. Maybe it's your main tree, but a smaller one, and then make all of the ornaments out of paper. There are those paper rosettes that you can make and fold. There's little, like a horn or a nut cup or something you wrap and then stuff some decorations in. They're just like paper cut snowflakes that are decorative. All paper. There's a million other ones, but all paper ornaments. And these would be great for that. Like I said, you could just make a little hanger, put your decorations on. I'm going to have to do something. I'm going to have to do a junk journal Christmas tree where it's all junk journal paper stuff. Okay, back to what I was doing. Sorry. Very squirrely tonight. Shauna H., Jackie H., Pam B. Then we have Jody M. Then after Jody, Karen Lim. I'm going to have to start putting Cheryl. It's just causing me a little bit of a problem. Diana, thank you. For 2, awesome. Then Amy D. I see the request. However, it will just be random. I will do my best to make it, as even as I can for the random lots, but they will be random. And then Lynette, San. It just depends on how many you've written. Like, I'm literally just going to deal them out like a deck of cards, basically, or something similar to that to mix them up a little bit. Lynette, San, and she would like 2. Did I get everybody else? D, yes. Okay. Lynette San, Claudia, and then Cynthia. After Cynthia, Angela Ed, perfect. Karen, SH, Rosalind, Shelly. Lots of ums every time. I apologize for that. It's probably really annoying to listen to. Shelly L, Karen, Jorg, Juliet, Cheryl M, Susan Bowl, Paula Drift, Donna C. After Donna, and I'm going to have to start doing Jennifer Ed. I have to do it as your packages are addressed. So Cheryl D and Jennifer Ed. I will try my hardest to say it the correct way, like that from now on. Oh, excuse me, my stomach is growling big time. Band nerd. Okay, Amy D, what were you given, like a suggestion or something? Oh no, you're handwritten. I get it. I just have to say it because then if I don't say it, people think that I'm just like honoring your request. You're my best friend, favorite, whatever. And then other people will be like, well, me too, me too, me too. And I just need to say that I don't do it so everyone knows I don't do it kind of a thing. All right, so there's those. Hopefully that makes some sense. Let's do the large. So this guy right here, he's damaged, like he's broken, but I'm pretty happy about that because he can be mine now. So there's mine, but we've got these. You can see they're pasted over one another. That's possible. This one is pasted over, like I wish it wasn't, but this is handwritten here. Maybe you can unpaste it, but it's pasted and a big blank one on the back. Let me see if I made it in camera. Kind of, sort of. This one's pretty damaged. It's kind of crumbly. Damaged corner. So if it's super damaged, not doing it. If it's missing a corner, not doing it. Those ones I will do something else with. We're doing more this kind. So this is handwritten. This is again dated 1948, I believe. I'm not really sure because it's 1, 2, 3, 70, 48. I don't really know, but they're probably around that time period. Again, there's lots of them. It looks like there's pasted over top. You do have two sides, so hopefully, I mean, not on all, but you do so far have two sides. So hopefully if you don't like one side, there is a better side on the back. If you're scanning and they're double-sided, you're going to scan both sides, equaling more to print out later. So you guys can't really see. I need to do it the right way. So let's start up here and work our way back, kind of like we did the last time. I really like these. There's a lot of the bouquet of iris. They're very thick. So a whole section of those, you can see they're just pasted on whatever cardboard there was. This one's kind of crumbly, but it's okay on that side. We're still in Iris land. Here's a different one. Miss Elliott. I'm not really sure. There's that one. So you can see there are duplicate songs, but they don't necessarily look all alike. So here's a section of that. It's a little small one, but there was a rubber band, a yellow rubber band, and rubber bands do get melty, and that one is stuck to it. I'm just going to pull it because It's not really any good to me that way either. Like I'll use it to craft with, but we can't sell that. There's that one. We'll kind of skip through. So these are larges. We're still in that one song. Here's more of those ones. Again, there's handwritten underneath there. Maybe it got rained on. I'm not sure. It looked a little bit like it. But see how most of these big ones are double-sided? That's kind of nice. A lot of the same song, though. Some blanks, again with that song. And Iris again. Some cardboardy ones with nothing on the back. I can't pick them up. Okay, we're just about there. Sampling. I like with that little bit of blue stripe showing. It's French, right? Okay, we're getting there. Getting there. A lot of the same songs. So we need to be careful and do like a set of 2 or something, because it's going to be hard to give different songs. So you may actually, in fact, to get more than one of the same song, because I need to make it work, right? So I will try not to. Notice a lot of the paper is hanging over the cardboard and making it crumbly. Notice that. And let me try to show you. Size-wise, you have some that are larger than others by maybe an inch, inch and a half. Okay, a little bit different. The rounded corner ones seem to be nicer cards, but a lot of them have something pasted over top of something else. So to me, even this, it's the most beautiful grungy perfectness ever. Like, you're not going to be able to fake this kind of stuff. We can try, but it's not really going to look like that. So even the grubbiness of it, I think, is really beautiful. You know, you could just set this up in one of those little stands on a shelf. It's just really cute as it sits. But I think I could alter them and maybe add some things that make me happy to them, and then use it as home decor. Again, you could hang this over a door with a little hanger at the top. Anyway, there's those. I think these were damaged or something. I don't know. Maybe not all of them. Maybe I put some over there that weren't damaged. I don't know. I'll go through them again, but that's what we're looking at. We're going to do them. Can I? I don't know. Maybe I can. Can I make 2 stacks? I can make 2 stacks sideways. There they are. All right, here we go. These are the large ones. Large French, thick music cards. I'm going to do them. How am I going to do them? I'm going to do them in a set of 2. Set of 2. And for these ones, I'm going to do them for $34. Now, I understand $34 is an investment, but I did not, like, these are not cheap for me. Like, really, really not cheap for me. Again, I will buy whatever it is that I like, because I know if you guys don't want it, then I do. So it's okay, right? I mean, just this scanned, I think, would be beautiful. It doesn't, I thought maybe it had a date or something, but it says model number 4. I mean, it looked like a date, but one of the other ones had a 3rd number over here. So not sure. Not sure. But if I got 2 of these, I would not be unhappy at all. I would scan, I would print, and I would alter. And if you want to make them thick like this, like, you could just print it, because your printer isn't going to print on something this thick. Most printers, right? This is super thick. It's much heavier than like cardstock we buy in a ream, right? But what I would do is print it on a thinner cardstock that you can run through your printer, and then paste that down with a glue stick, like the Oohoo glue stick, onto thicker chipboard, cardstock, whatever. If you want to make more that look all authentic like this, that's what I would do. Like I can flex it, but it's certainly a thick, like board cardstock. Definitely more of the 400, probably 450 GSM. I don't know. Very thick cardstock. All right, I'm doing it. I'm very wordy tonight. I apologize. Some days. Large French music card. Set of 2. There we go. Top of the list. Okay, so first person for these ones is, I did, but I'm going to call you by, I have to call you by Cheryl. So you are now Cheryl B. Wait, I can't call you Cheryl B either. I need to fix that. You are going to be, you are going to be Cheryl BE. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Cheryl Beck. I'm going to call you Cheryl Beck. You're Cheryl Beck now. I apologize if that causes you problems, but that is the way I need to do it, so I keep your names straight. So you are Cheryl Beck. And I did call you. You're on the last list. Okay, so we're going to put you in here as Cheryl Beck. Oh, yeah, we're going to try to. Okay, there's that. Allison R. And she wants 2 sets. After Allison, Shelly L. And then we have Lynette San. She wants 2. And then Alice W. After Alice, Catherine. Lena. Thank you guys. Lena, and then Susan. Susan Bowl. Evelyn L. Juliet. Karen Jorg. Christine J. After Christine J, Claudia. I can never spell. I can never type this. I can spell it. You cannot type it. Claudia. And then after Claudia, Christine M. Christine M. Got you. Let me type your last name. Will help me later. There we go. And Karen Lim. Sydney. Hello guys. Don't blame mom. That's pretty funny. Okay, so we're probably right about the quantity that I had. I didn't have a huge amount of these. And again, it looks like more, but they're super thick. So we're probably about there with them. There's those. We did the music cards. I'm reaching in front of the camera. I apologize. There we go. I'm going to scoot those right up there so I have more room. Okay, moving right along. Let's do these things. These ones you're going to claim by the number. Okay. And I just have obviously one of each one of them. So if you want number 30, you're going to claim number 30. Number 30 is, they all have a number out here. They all have tickets on them. And I believe if you go through here, I think there is at least 10 rows of numbers. So there's, how many is there? Oh my gosh, 3, 6. There's 10 of them across, and there's 10 rows deep, I believe. But in between each row is this paper. And this paper also has numbers on it. And it goes up. I'm trying to show you. I don't want to ruin somebody's, but the tickets are the hard cardstock, and they're very thick cardstock tickets. But then in between the tickets, you have a row of numbered paper. And the numbers also go up on those as you get into, I'm trying to show you, as you get into here, might repeat at some point, but anyway, you have multiple layers in here. These little things simply unscrew. I have unscrewed mine that I kept. They simply unscrew. I don't know what we're going to find under here. I have done this on camera before, and I think we found a spider. So obviously it's dead, but I don't know what we're going to find under here. You unscrew these little washers, these little nuts, washers, whatever. This little bar comes off. You know, see there's fuzz. Luckily it's just lint. And then you can take off the whole stack of tickets. There are numbered stubs up here at the top. And then you have that paper in between. There are little tabs over here on the papers, but those little tabs are getting kind of frail here. So there's no tickets here. It was not meant to have them, but all across there is. And then from there, you can just get in there and take apart what you want to take apart. Okay. And then once your tickets are out, you can put whatever you want to put in here and use this as like a picture frame, a notepad. You could put like paper for grocery lists and have it in your farmhouse kitchen or wherever. I don't know. Hang artwork that you like from it. But very simple to take your tickets out. I mean, you could tear them out too, but I think getting the stub out is also kind of important. So I would take them apart like this so I can get the stub. Otherwise your stubs are going to stay in and your tickets are perforated right there where they're lifting. They're perforated. So to get the stubs, you got to take it apart. Then in the back, and this is exactly how they came. So you're going to get them just like this. In the back, they have the screw. The screws don't go all the way to the back. I mean, they're kind of like flush right here. But these things are like little posts, and see how you can put like a picture wire chain or a rope or something around them to hang this on the wall with that coming up as a hanger. And then you can put your artwork or something going down from there. I didn't do a great job putting this back together. Plus, they are bent, like, you know, these are super old. You can see it's a little grungy. This one is bent, you know, here, like they're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Some are better than others, but they're made from zinc. Zinc will not really rust. So this one's got a little hole in the first little section right there. It barely affects that ticket, but that's those. We have some that have blue stripes on them. So if you claim number 10, that's number 10. I'll try to show you up close. So let's do it for real now. Number 10, number 16, number 29. These ones have the red stripe, and this is the ones on the top layer are a little more faded than the ones in here. See how vibrant and white? So you get some grungy and some that are not. This one I don't think has a stripe on it. It's number 24. Yeah, no stripe on it in there. Just number 24. This one is also 24, but it has a red stripe. So you got to tell me which number 24. The red stripe is pretty bold in there. And number 30. So maybe the date is like, you know, the 30th of the month or something is significant to you. Maybe you want to use this in like Christmas journals for Christmas Eve. You got two there that are 24. And so that's what I have for you. You're going to have to claim by number. I'm going to put them this way so that we can see them. But you know that they all have, I guess I could leave it like that. There we go. Let's leave it like that. Okay. These are the last of these, unless I give up some that I kept for myself, but these are the last of these probably. Did I even keep one? Yes, I did keep a few. I think I have 3 that I kept. Let's do these. These are French ticket racks. So these would have been like in a bus station or possibly like a racetrack betting thing, and you would buy like the little ticket. I'm not really sure, but they're metal ticket racks that hung somewhere that have a minimum 100 tickets plus the in-between numbered papers. Okay, so there's those French ticket racks. We're going to do them. In the past, I have done them for a little bit less. I am going to have to bump it up just a little bit. I'm having to cover lots of extra expenses for tariffs and other fees. So I'm just going to bump it up a little tiny bit. We're going to do them at $145. The tickets alone, if you bought a stack of antique tickets like that, it would probably be this price, all, just the tickets without the metal rack thing. So we're doing them at $145. Claim by number, please, if you would like one. Okay. Let's see. And I'm going to go in order, first person after the go. So the first person after the go is Danny H. Told you she has fast internet. Danny H. And she's claiming number 16 is her first choice. Number 16. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Danny. After Danny, Sydney. Sydney is claiming number 10. Perfect. There's those two. After Sydney, Shelly L. Shelly L would like, oops, don't have any Shelly L. Sorry. So Solja says an any. Alice W will take the 29. There's the 29. Thank you. After Alice, Tori is an any. That leaves me with one. Because Solja and Tori are any's. Need some more sticky notes. And after Tori, we have Shauna H, and she's an any. So they are gone. If you guys are looking for tickets, the ticket mother load will be next week. I have big old bunches of tickets. All the kind of tickets that we've been looking for. Okay, so I have Shauna, Solja, and Tori. I'm literally going to go from the first person who had an any, which, let me verify this. First person with an any is Solja. Solja. After Solja, we have Tori, and then Shauna. So I went in order from left to right, which is normally the way I do it, and who came in first. So there's those. Let me get them typed in here quick and off the table. And we'll go on to the next things. After that, I keep typing Toria. We know it's not Toria. It's Tori. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. And Solja, I need to type in your right name. Okay. And we're good. Thank you for putting up with the spreadsheet. It really is helping things after the fact, though. So thank you. There's those. All right. Where does that leave us? that leaves us with these. We are going to do a couple of ledgers. Then I see some other claims in there, and I do apologize. Deb says wait. What am I waiting for, Debs? She says any. Solja says me any. I see stop signs, guys. What am I waiting for? Okay, let me go over this for you guys one more time. Danny H got a 16. Sydney, who was next, got a 10. Shelly, who was next, said 10, 16, or any. I get it now. I get it now. The or any. All right, so we're going to have to bump off the last person, and the last person is, who did I just say was last? It was down to the 3. Shauna H is the last. Yes. So we're bumping off Shauna H, and we're giving that to Shelly, because she does say an any. I will verify again. Shelly says 10 or 16 or any. So Shelly will get that last one. Sorry, Shauna. Sorry, Shelly. Sorry, everybody. And thank you for the stop signs. It does really help because I have to stop and figure it out. But I was thinking, because there were several people saying Mom wants a stripe one, and I get it all, but it says any. Her Solja's first comment, going in order, says me any, which is why she was just given whatever was there. Are we all good now, guys? I see your Shelly or any. Solja's good with the any. We got Shelly now. Are we good? Wait, are we good? Are we good? Everybody good? I'm going in order a timestamp. So Tori, if you want to give yours up, you can, but you were ahead of Shauna. So that's up to you. You're not under any obligation. It was yours first in order. If you really want it, it's yours. If you want me to take you off of it, I can, but you need to let me know now so I can fix it. And then we're moving on. Thank you, guys. Karen Jorg, I see a whole bunch of stop signs. What for, hun? What am I missing now? You want to pass Tori. Okay. Let's pass Tori's to Shauna. Shauna H is now going to get Tori's. And let me fix my list in here too. Make that tag. Shauna H. Fix my spreadsheet. I'm still looking for a bunch of stop signs from Karen Jorg. What are the stop signs for? And let me fix this list. Tori off, but we just need to put Shelly L in. Perfect. I don't see anything else. So Karen Jorg, the stop signs, I don't know if there's something I'm missing. Somebody yell it out to me and we're going to move on. Okay. Moving on. That was super sweet of you to give yours up. Tori, thank you. Super sweet of you. When that happens, just nobody ever feel obligated to do that. But when you do, I want to acknowledge and say how kind it is, but don't make that feel like there's pressure or something, because if you want it, everyone understands that. Everyone here understands, wanting things, and you were first. So obviously no obligation, but thank you for doing it. It was kind of you. Okay. Okay. Karen Jork says yes. I think that means we're good. I don't know. Okay. So let's move on to something. What else do I have sitting in here? Okay. So we're going to do these things now. I have a bunch of, there's one of something. There's just one of something sitting here, and I need to do something with it. So I'm going to go through this pile of one only items, which should speed us up a little bit because I don't have to do a giant list or whatever the case is. Some of this stuff we have seen before. Some of the stuff we've seen before, and I will, if I can discount it, I will discount it. Let's just leave it at that. And then there's some new things that we've never seen before. So I'm going to roll through these as fast as I can. There is a little postcardy souvenir book. Okay, Christine, text me about it. Okay, so this is a little souvenir book. And inside there are these little, it's kind of like postcard souvenir book, but these are just little photographs. I don't think they're postcards on the back. They're plain, they fold out. So cute little black and white scenic souvenir postcards. They are different scenes of wherever this place is. I mean, it's in France, but I don't exactly know what region it's in. But anyway, so you've got a bunch of these. I think these are amazing. They're very cute. Obviously, you just use them as ephemera, but for our farmhouse journal, that one would have been perfect. And so there's a bunch of those. It does have really cute end paper that I would love to scan the end paper if possible. Very cute and very cute little front. So I can see doing a little like flip book journal the way that this one kind of comes out. I could see doing that in here, a little flip book journal. Use these as ephemera, or, if it's just for personal use, I'm sure you could scan them and copy them. I don't know how old. I don't think it's over 100, but it doesn't really have a date for me to know that. So maybe, I don't know. I don't think so. But anyway, there's that, one of them. This little guy right here is going to be 32. So he will go to the first person for 32. Okay. So let's do, just trying to keep an idea on, okay. Souvenir, I'm just going to call it book. We'll be quick about it. Souvenir book 32. I forgot the go, but you guys, you know how to do it now. Sydney is in first for that. Sydney will take him home and probably make him into a cute little journal. There's Sydney. Thank you. I have several things sitting here I need to, so for these one of a kind, I'm not going to worry about the spreadsheet right now. It'll help us go faster. This guy we have seen before. I'm going to offer him one last time, then I will take him apart and deconstruct him. He was $160. What he is a very old 1870 legal document from France. He's all handwritten. He is on super thick paper. This is how he opens up. Got this little piece of ephemera. He's tied together with, what we call this baker's twine. I don't know what they would have called it in 1870, but that's what it is. And it opens like this. Now, obviously, when you undo this, it will open all the way. But it's a bunch of folders. You can see there's a bunch of folders in here. And each one of these folders has a bunch of thick documents that are all handwritten inside of it. I'm going to attempt to show you, there's a bunch of documents in each one. We go to the next folder. So there's the front cover of that one. Okay. Then you've got the front page of the next one, and you've got all those documents in there. This is the back cover. Again, it's written on. Okay. Then you've got the next set of documents, a bunch of documents, another cover. There's the cover of that one on this side. Then this one, you've got some small legal documents, and there's a little bit of them in here. Small legal documents in the front. And this, I mean, this, they're all very nice. Is the front page in that section. You got a pile of those. That one doesn't have any. Oh, I got the cover of this one. Oh, this is the cover. That's that. That's all it is. Then you're going into the cover of the next one. And there's that. The handwriting is phenomenal in this one. And the outer cover. And this is the last outer cover. Okay. It was 160. I am sure if there's one, there's two. Let's count the covers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 at least, but I'm pretty sure there was a small one. This one right here. 4 with some in-betweens, because this one is not in a cover. Okay, so 4 with some in-betweens. They were thick and they had a lot of pages, and they're from 1870, and I was only charging $40 per folio thing, per booklet thing, per cover, and you have some in between. So it was already a pretty good deal, but I will knock some off. Maybe that will make a difference to somebody. I'll do it for $140, which is very cheap. Again, we're 1800s. You saw the earliest date in here. That's 1858, 1857, 1855. It's crossed out from 56. So they're pretty old. Okay. All right. Thank you, Karen. Let's go ahead and do it. So this guy is a big French document. He is 140, and there's the go. And he will go to Solja. Thank you. And if you guys want more of these big thick ones like this, I do have them. I just don't bring them often because they're a little pricey, right? This guy we have also seen before. He is an old wall calendar. So he has an eyelid up here. He would have hung on like a nail on the wall. And he is a page a day calendar. So how it works is there is one page, so 365 pages. I'm trying not to bend them too hard, but 365 calendar pages, one for every single day of the year. And you would, tear it off as the day went by. And you could look at the wall and know what day it was. But also there is a picture. There's different ink colors, different printing ink colors. And there is other information on the back side of all of these pages about these landmarks. So this is a bunch of landmarks. I think it's throughout. I mean, it's definitely throughout. I think it's throughout. I don't know. I know there's Paris in here. I'm not sure if it's all French or if it is other places. I don't know enough about it. I see everything is written in French. It's definitely a French calendar, but there is some really pretty, I'm going to flip through pictures. So in the very back is some very old, like that's January 2nd, some very old pages, but I'm going to flip through the pictures as close as I can. They're quite nice in person. There's some very nice ones in here. And so you could use all of these as 365 original pieces of ephemera, right? You could just tear out the pages and use them as ephemera. I'm sure you could probably scan these and no one would care, but I'm not supposed to legally tell you that. They're really cool. And these page-a-day calendars are very hard to find and very expensive. I will be 100% honest and tell you I paid several €100 for this one because I have collected some of the other ones in the past. The reason why I'm not keeping this one for myself is because I don't have any. I have the blocks, but I don't have any with the backer thing on them. And I'm not I'm not sure I would take it apart. Like, probably I would. Maybe I would just have to love it for a little while and then I could take it apart. But so I was going to share it. It does have the month and the day, and there are a couple, because it starts here on January 5th, but there are a couple pages in the back. This one right here is broken or torn right there, but all throughout it, you can see that the rest are fine. And again, there is information on the back. Like, they're not fragile, they're not peeling apart. The top one here looks a little rough, and the one back here in the back, this guy that was tucked in there so someone could save it, he looks a little rough, but the rest are fine. Like, I'm flipping and there's not page crumbles falling everywhere. Now, what you do with the backer if you take him off, I don't know, but it is a really cute, it's a William Morris kind of Art Nouveau pattern on the back. So flowers, you can see it has little feet. This little foot is loose. It has been repaired in the back to keep it from coming off completely, but at least it's there. I don't know. Anyway, there it is. Oh, let me measure quick so you know. Where is my measuring device? Overall size, let's kind of go about 10.5 from the overall by about 6.5, right? 10.5 by 7 at the widest part. The little pages, about 5.25 by about 3.5. So a little bit bigger than one index card. So what if you glued them to index cards and made journal cards if you didn't care about the back part? I think the back part is cool. There was January 2nd or 4th right there. So you're really just missing a couple of days. All right, there he is. I will charge you as close to what I remember paying for him, and that's what I can do. There is only one, and I'm just going to call him French Calendar. And let's do it for, I'm just going to literally charge you what I think I paid. I could look it up right now. I probably paid 225 euros, to be honest. So I'm going to mark him. If anyone wants this little guy, the only other thing I can do with him is I can keep him or take him apart and put him into page packs. But if I take him apart, I might as well just keep it and use it. So here he is. He's number 1 and he is 225. The year, I didn't tell you that, did I? Maybe because I don't know it. Oh my gosh. It's probably, like, it's Art Nouveau, right? So it's probably 20s or 30s. I don't know. It probably said on that very first calendar page, but I don't see a date, like a year. There might be one right there, or the last page. Let's look at the last page, because you know how sometimes it'll be like the new year. No, there is not. Even if I go all the way to the back. All the way to the back is just cardboard. So there is not a year that I am aware of. But old, guys. Obviously. Okay, so there's that. His number 1, if somebody wants to text me about him, if you're rewatching, he's still available. Just tell me number 1 in text and I will know you want him. Okay, moving on. We have this. This, like if you're making page packs or ephemera packs or whatever, that would be great to put in there, the calendar pages. This is an album. He has been for sale before. He was $200. It's got initials AC. It is a floral embossed red cover. See the floral embossing behind the gold album. Both front and back have the floral pattern. He's landscape. He opens on the side. He measures 7.5, but over 7.5 by 10 3/4. And open up. He has all kinds of original artwork. He has some original, this is an artist's ID, a museum ID card. Probably like you could go to the museum or something and look at all the official artwork in the Louvre. It's literally from the Louvre, the ID. Anyway, you've got original charcoals. They all have separating sheets between them. There's like a sketch right here. There's some beautiful roses. So this is all original artwork. It's an album. I mean, it's quite well done. Some are signed. Different mediums. But he was going, I say he, but I don't really know. This one's dated 1894. So 1894, signed and dated. He was going to the museum, looking at the art there, and making his own. So we have shown this in great detail the first time. I will be brief with this time. But there is a lot of pages of art in here. You can do the research on the artist. I have not. I never look anything up for you guys, really, honestly. I don't have time. And if I did, I would have to keep it all because I'd be like, oh, this needs to go to this. This needs to go to this sale. This needs to go to that sale. And what I mean by that is this needs to go to like Sotheby's. This needs to go. Like if I sat there and looked every single thing up, I'm sure I would find some amazing treasures. I mean, look at that. That's an original. Like he was pretty good. Okay. So we have a couple blank pages in there. There they were painting some flowers or doing pastels. I'm not really sure. Then we have a blank section. Some different color background papers. We've got some tree branch. You guys can see. And some blank pages. So it's an 1880s, which, you know, from the cover, it certainly looks like 1880s. 1880s sketch album, artist album. That's what it is, okay? There's none tonight, but you probably should check the sale on Thursday, Shelly. Okay, so there's that. I'm trying to show you the embossed pattern. In real life, you can see it, but on camera, you know how it is. So it was $200. I will take this down to $160 tonight. $160 to the first person. I was wondering, but some of the printing does look a little bit later. I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Art album. I said 160, and there's the go. Just send me a text. That phone number, Jane S. Send me a text to the phone number. It's in the description box, and it should be pinned at the top of chat. I just need you to register that way because that's how I'm keeping track of everything now is through text messages. So just text me right from your cell phone, and that will go right to my cell phone as well as to my computer. And then I can, communicate with you there. And I send invoices now through the text message system. So instead of waiting for your email, on Friday, you're going to get a text with your invoice in it. I invoice every week and I ship every 2 weeks now. And this is the end of the second week. Or this is the second week. It's Tuesday of the second week. So this Friday, I will send an invoice and everything will ship after Friday. Okay, so Jane says, Jane S. And hello, by the way, Jane. She says she's going to take the calendar, right? Yes, the calendar. All right, so let me get that and then I'll get this. Jane S. Thank you, Jane. You're going to love him. Thank you. Okay. For the art album, it goes to Sydney. Sydney is first in on that one. Now, these two things we have shown before. I will be discounting them tonight. They have no place to stay. This stuff has been stacked on that table behind me, and I need that table. So anyway, I'm trying to go through some things that we showed before that were stacked back there. These are both sample books. This one was priced at $450. This one was priced at $425. They're both color sample books. Let me get some water. Okay. Want to do one at a time. This guy has this little blue folio. Right? He opens at the top. He's a little folio. I'm going to show him this way so you guys can see. He's in pretty good condition. Inside here, little advertising for the company. And all of these are thread samples. Okay. And I don't want to mess them up because you can see they've been kept pretty nice. Like all the thread together, they've been kept very nice. They are thread sample cards. They have numbers across the top. Very gorgeous little thread samples. All throughout here, I'm going to tip it up just a little bit to keep the thread safe. There's one card. They're sewn on the back. 2 cards. Every color family. 3 cards. 4 cards. 5. 6. 7. 8. And look at those colors. 9. 10. 10 color cards. How you get them to shake down is literally just shimmy them and shake them down there. So there's 10 color cards plus the little advertisement for the company in the front. And so if you think about it, the $450 was $45 for antique French color chart thread sample card. It's not really easy to find these. A lot of times we're paying hundreds and hundreds of euros to get color sample charts. Everybody is into the color sample the color wheel chart. So these are free. You can just kind of move them back into place. I want to comb this one over here. There he goes. He's getting flatter again. So obviously, we're going to discount it, and I'm going to bring it down to $300 tonight, which is $30 per color sample card, which I know if I disassembled this, we would sell all of them for that. So I'm going to do it for $300. There he goes. He is a thread. It's a French, I should type it. I mean, you guys know it's French, but French thread color chart. And it is $300. Okay. I promise you, if I found one color chart just loose in France right now, they would charge me more than 45 euro. The whole artist thing in France and artists, I mean, they're really getting a lot of recognition because, we have YouTube. Like, we can watch artists from all countries, from all over the world, doing all different types of mediums. Art craft industry is really getting larger. At the same time, we're seeing certain segments of the art and craft industry shrink. One of them can be paper crafting, depending on how you look at it. But think about traditional scrapbooking or Stampin' Up! In the 1990s, and then traditional scrapbooking. They got really big and then they contracted. And I think right now, that traditional scrapbooking is contracting. Junk journal making is taking off. And we're really in that beginning part of junk journal making. I know they have been made for more than a decade now, really. But it's growing and growing and growing in popularity, but we're not quite that huge explosion of Stampin' Up! Or scrapbooking. We're getting there. But in France, they're very aware of what people are buying, not only in the US, but everywhere. And color charts are very, very sought after there. We kind of have to fight to get them. I know you cannot see the price. It looks like 400, but I did write 300 on it. Okay. So there's that. He goes to, not that I left myself any space to write this. He goes to Deborah RM. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. Yeah, and the cover is fun. I'm sure you will do something fun with it. Maybe you will take them out and display them and frame them. That would be cool too. Now this guy, he is extra fine color specimens and table, I guess. This is the company down here. It's got Paris on it, which is nice. I love it when it has Paris on it. It's just a nice little book overall. He was $4.25. Inside of him, again, you have company advertisements. These are all of his awards that they have won for this company. And then you've got some table of specifics and color chart after color chart. And this is more like oil paint. So you've got all different color families. I'm trying to show you, like, they've got the brush strokes, and these ones that look really, really dark, they do have the brush strokes in them. They are just very deep, rich colors that don't show well on camera. So you've got blues, greens. This is kind of the red family. You've got more red, yellows, getting into some ochres, browns. Then you've got back here, you're getting into some of that end of the color wheel with the brown and the plum purple magenta. Then for whatever reason, they've got green here by itself. Some other oranges with some more plums. And I think that is it. That is it. That's the last one. They're hinged in there. They're hinged in there. Let's see. There they are. Hinged in there. So it will, if you wanted to, take this out and frame this as one very long piece of artwork. You could do that quite easily because they are hinged in there. So there's that guy. Let me count them because I did not count them before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 individual color cards. I really like the idea of framing them across the wall in a massive, long, like at the top of your art studio, just framing them. Anyway, he was $4.25. He will also be discounted. I will do him for $3.25. He needs to find a home. I don't know how to show it. There it is. $3.25. Here we go. Paint color chart. $3.25. There's the go. A lot of people traveled to France just to oil paint or just to watercolor or just to paint in general. There was this whole thing where they were all over the whole city and they were painting, right? They would set up their little easels and paint. So it is kind of a popular thing. Artist supplies there. There's that guy. If somebody wants to come in for him later, I think he could, I'll make him number 2. Because that little calendar was number 1. So he will be, I'm just going to make him a new tag. Because there's probably somebody going to watch later. So we'll just make him a new tag that we can read on camera. He's going to be number 2. And he's $3.25 now. Okay. He's number 2 and $3.25. I took $100 off of him. There he is. And then after that, what is in this stack that's not millions of dollars? We've got this guy right here. He's a French grammar book. He was $55. French grammar book, $55. Little inscription in the inside. Printed in 1899. Nice little French grammar book. So that was already offered once. This one is a French language book. It's $60. It's got the label on the spine, and it doesn't have a print date, but it's around 1899 or 1880 or something like that. Old language book. There we go. Then we have this one, which is an English class. It's the Green series. This one was $70, and it, again, has nice inscription or name, and it's got all kinds of things in it. Okay, so there's those three. That's all I have in this little series. We're going to go A, B, and C. I will label them correctly for the camera. A, B, and C. Hopefully that makes sense. We're also going to take them down to, I will do 35. I could do 45 on that one. He is in super good condition, and I do collect the ones like that. And this one can go down to 40. Why? I have a whole bucket of school books. My marker's running out. But why? Because they're on the table behind me and they need to find a new home. So there they are. None of these are rag paper. They're $18.99, or this is probably a little later. I didn't know if I showed you the date in this one, but this one is probably a little later. This is 1904. So that late, we don't find rag paper in France. Not really. So there's those. I'm going to type them in with the word go. School books, go. There's that. It did look like silk. I'm sorry I didn't look at that. It did look like silk. I can't see it off the cover. Okay, for these books, Kendall is getting C. Kendall is getting C. Deb's ICU, but you do not say which one. Kendall's getting C. Juliet is getting A. Juliet. Kendall, Juliet. Tori will take a B. Thank you guys. Helping me out with those. All right. After that, I have the last of the IDs. So we had a night where I had a bunch of them. These are the last ones. These are the ones that are left. He was 35. These are old IDs. So like we have driver's license now, you know, or state IDs or something like that. These are IDs. This is a driver's license. It's got a date of 1938. He was born in 1891. This one right here. It is dated, I think it's 1931. And he was born in 1890. There's a seal stamped over the edge right there. I'm hoping you guys can see that. There's that. Then there's this guy. This one has a little tack stamp on it and a little metal rivet in the corner. And he is dated 1927, and he was born in 1893. There's that guy. And then this one is a folding one, so it would be like this. He's the one that looks like somebody else. I can't laugh really about it other than I think it's unfortunate to maybe look like this man. The man that I'm thinking of. He's the document is dated 1950. He was born in 1899. He folds open. A little bit of a book, and there's some papers in here. So, a bunch of stamps and things. This is the back part of him. There's not really anything under this. So, they're labeled H, L, A, and I. I'm going to discount these because they are the last IDs I have. I do not know if I will get more IDs. Okay. I never know until like they find what they find, right? So I took $10 off of him. I will take $5 off of this one. I will take $5 off of this one. And you might think that's not a lot, but keep in mind, ID cards are having a moment and they are very expensive to buy. Original ID cards to scan, they're very expensive to buy. So this guy, I will take down $10 and make him 30. Okay. So claim by letter. There are no duplicates letters on there. So claim by letter if you want one. I typed in antique ID cards, but you guys know some of them went into the 30s. So there we go. Oh, my back. Oh, I know why now. Okay. Yep. I didn't bring one in here. We'll take a break in a moment. I know we're down to that last hour, but okay. So Shauna H is claiming the A. Perfect, Shauna. I will write very gently on him as to not leave a mark. Shauna H, thank you. After that, Christine M is going to take this guy. Christine M. There we go. Thank you. After that, Juliet for an H. Juliet. Perfect. Thank you. After Juliet. Not I. Okay. Debs is going to take the I. Perfect. Okay. That's it. Thank you guys very much. There's those off my table. Now we have this guy. Again, another art album. He was $125. He's got an embossed cover, gold album in the front. He doesn't have a back. I mean, there's a paper there, but there's no back and there's no spine. He's really just held together by some strings. He's got gold gilding a little bit, but that's it. He probably was a nice album at one point, but I don't know what has happened to him. Again, I'm not going to flip through a ton of art, but it's quite good. I mean, it's not just junk. They're loose pieces of art that are tucked in the little slits like a postcard album or, picture album where they go through to the other side. There's a nice watercolor maybe. I'm not really sure what that exactly is. Maybe it's pastels. I don't know. There's blank something here. Empty, blank something. That's blank. There's that one. This is a little crumbly. It's really just meant to protect this chateau something. And it says in London, from London. So maybe they took this little sketchbook on their European vacation and they sketched whatever they saw, maybe. This one is Chateau of the Rocks, maybe. On the Rhine, it says. So this one has that little brown paper and it does have a scene on it. This one says something Wissenberg, maybe Germany. So they took a little European vacation. There's some flowers. They are signed. Here's a different one of those. This is in here. It's original. It does not look original, but it is original. This one, very cute little painting. I love how she's holding that little puppy. It's super good, guys. I would frame that one and put it on the wall. It's super cute. Something was glued here. It's no longer here. There's this one. Lots of pencil. That one. Again, they're signed though. Just doing some lettering. That's kind of interesting. Little double letters. um, can you guys see? They're like little devils. I don't know what else to call them. They just look like devils to me. So there's that. And some dogs. Is that his name? That might be his name from the signature. I'm not sure. And then we've got the last little bit back here. This painting. And doesn't look like it's finished maybe. And this also was in Risenberg board. And that's it. That's all that's in here. So I don't know how many, but there was quite a few. He was only 125, which I already feel like is more than fair for it. But let's do it different. We're going to do it for 80. The things have to find a home, right? So art book, $80 and go. There we go. You never know what I'm going to have, right, Shelley? Never know. Okay. He went to Paula Drift. Thank you, Paula. And I hope that you guys, I really encourage you to look up the things you get from me because I don't. So you never know, right? You could find something amazing. In this pile, we have some of those plans. These were very nice covers, right? These were plans, like land plans. So they were parcels of land that were divided out, and all the planning and, surveys, whatever needed to be done was done to separate out a piece of land into plots. Maybe they were home sites or something like that. Some of them are very long, like this one was really long. That's why it was 60. Here's another huge one that was also 60. Here is a smaller one that was 45 and a small one that was 30. So I have 4 left. I'm going to ABC them, but just know there's land plans inside of them, okay? This is D. This is C. This is B. And over here is A. My marker does not want to work anymore. All right. So I love them. I want to scan covers, whatever. I don't have time to do it. I just don't. They're on very nice, thick like a rag paper type base of cardstock. So we're going to do them. I'm trying to find a better marker. Let me use this red one because this black one is really dying. Okay. They're going to be, I'm going to take $20 off that one. I will take $20 off that one. I'll take 15 off that guy, and he will go down to 20. Okay? D for 20, C for 30. A and B have many, many pages. You guys saw me fold it out and it kept folding for forever. So these two are very thick. It will very briefly, it's a lot of pages as well. It does continue to fold over there and fold and fold and fold, and it still has more back here. So that's kind of the overview. Here's this guy. It opens up, shows the overall plot, and then opens. Okay? Very cool, but that's just the last of them. You can always rewatch and see what was available, and you guys can always claim after the fact if it's available. I usually show it on camera up close like that and say this is still available. And that's what you know. That's how you know what is and what isn't. Basically, single items are pretty good to go. I can usually add you to a list. If I say something else is still available, I can usually do that. Okay, let's get these in here. Antique French plants. Let me find a date for you guys on these. They are dated. I saw them before. They're escaping me at the moment, but I know these are old. 1879. They're all 1800s. This is 1860. This is 1879. This is 1877. This guy is also 1800s, but I don't see it. It's not jumping out at me. I mean, it's probably in here somewhere, but it's not jumping out at me. We're going to go with 1800s. I'm not sure exactly on the D one. Okay, there they go. Danny H is in first. Thank you, Danny. After Danny, it jumped to Tori is an N-E. Deborah RM's first choice is C. Deborah RM, thank you. After Deborah, we've got, can't forget Tori for an N-E, but next is Linda, and you guys are going to have one of each of these. So let's do Linda RB. Linda RB. Am I right? Yes, Linda RB and Tori. That takes care of those four. Thank you guys. Sorry for reaching in front of the camera. I will stop doing it. So there's that little pile off my desk. Now we have 45 minutes. I have these. 1, 2. Oh gosh. Here's a bunch of them. Let me grab a. We're trying to clear a whole stack off that. So you guys have never seen these. These are new. We have never done them. You've never seen them. They are geography books. So they're much larger than the other school books we've had. Very large, right? Geography. All geography. Some thick, some thin. I'm going to show you each one, but I will be quick about it. Okay. So this guy here. Very quick. I'm just going to put this here. You guys will get an idea. Okay. Hopefully you get an idea. I'm going to find a date. It says he is got superior colors. 1899. So in 1899, this is what a geography book with all the maps and stuff looked like. French text school books. So it even in 1899, and this is a school book. I think you guys saw it. I saw it. It even talks about guns and military, but it has beautiful colored maps. Some big, some little, lots of information, world maps, all that kind of stuff. This is a very beautiful one for 1899. Very beautiful. Okay. And I don't know why there's guns in a textbook, but you know, I guess it was military stuff. So we're in a military section of France right now. So anyway, this is the first one we're going to do. Like we would never see that in today. Not even in America where we have the most guns out of anywhere. So, okay, let's do this. Let's do I'm just going to call them Atlas. It's easier. Atlas, and I will do this one for 65. This is in very good shape. So if somebody wants that one for 65, here we go. These are brand new, never saw them. That goes to Shauna H. She's first in. Shauna H. Thank you. Make another pile. The next one. This one here, you can see the size. It's the biggest from 1896. That's the back. Got some advertisements back there for different school books you could order. So 1896, we have Marguerite's name in there. Marguerite was her school book, apparently. I'm going to scoot over just a little bit. We've got some little bits of stuff from being, let me just dump it, from being sat around for 130 years. There we go. It has the date on the front. So 1896, it is not colored. It does have the races of humans. Not any comments on there. And then animals, remarkable animals. I don't know. Oh, there is color. Okay. There's the globe, solar system. There's plants back there. Industry and commerce in 1896. Obviously very different than today. This is in very good shape and the maps are very good. And their color from 1896. Somebody was tracing the rivers. I missed a map. So nice full page maps. You can take them out. You can frame them. You could scan. You could do whatever you want to do. But you get the whole book. There's a loose one in the back. I don't know where it came from, but it is France. So there's that guy. You can see he is a good 12 inches. 12 by 9.25. Very large. Okay, here we go. Atlas. I'm going to do him at 65 as well. I know that these are worth more than that. Atlases are always expensive. And he's 1896. And he was in good shape. I mean, there's a little ink here, but he was in good shape. This one goes to Lynette San. Lynette San. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This guy here. That's his cover. That's his back. It says there's 49 maps and 49 big maps and 200 little maps, maybe. It's got Marguerite's or somebody's name in there. Not Marguerite this time. Looks like it's Europe and Asia. It's from 1903 or 1905. 1905. Europe. So I'm just going to flip through. I don't see color. I see black and white. Black and white maps. All maps. It's over 100 years old. It's 122 years old. And you can see it's in good shape. It's clean. Okay. There's that guy. We are going to do him at 45. There he is. You can see he is large. Atlas 45 and go. I have 3 more. Different, but 3 more. This guy goes to Cynthia C. Cynthia C. All of these little onesie items, like, that are one of a kind, they're hard for me to fit into a sale too. Like I said, one of a kind, but there actually is 2 of these. They're different. I'm not sure exactly how they are different, but they are different. So this guy is much fatter. This guy is much thinner. You can see his spine is thin. His spine is thicker. So we're going to do them A and B. Yes, well, we're just going to do them one at a time. One at a time, thin one first. This is the back. So there we go. You've got some information. I forget what that is actually called for maps. Dated. It's like 1899-ish. I don't know. It doesn't have a date on it, but it is very old. I can guarantee you that it is over 100 years old. So there we go. We've got some colored maps. This has got a little bit of where somebody's colored on it. I mean, it's not colored, but it's splotchy. That's that. I don't think that's maybe that's supposed to be on there. I don't know. I can't tell if it's a marker that bled through or ink that bled through or if that's supposed to be on there. It's not really like that on anything else. So I'm not sure. It's on the page, but I don't think it is. Maybe. There's some military people showing the uniforms throughout. So they are colored maps. Like that's supposed to be on there. I don't know if the other one was or not. You got some animals. You guys get it. There's lots of fun things to pull out and scan out of here, though. I like this page with these animals going down like that. Okay, there's that guy. Let's do it. Atlas. This one we will do for $40. There's the Go. Okay. It says 90 maps and colors, 74 drawings. Usually there is a date on the cover if there is not a date inside, but yeah, there isn't one. Okay. He goes to Debs. Thank you, Debs. Now we're going to do the other fatter one and see how it's different. The fatter is this guy. His spine, the fabric part of his spine is coming off. I would try to save it unless you're going to take him apart. This is his back. He has a little inscription over there. There is no date here as well. There's no date on the inscriptions. He really looks the same, except for he is fatter, a lot fatter. He has a lot of other things in him. Similar but fatter, I don't know. I see a lot of the same maps, but more pages, more information. So there's that guy. And we'll do him for, I'm going to do him for 60. He is easily twice as fat as that last one. Maybe he's just a later edition. I'm not sure. Atlas, 60, and Go. Oh. And then I've got one left, and it is for like younger children. Or at least it looks like that. This one, yes, I will. It's right here, right next. This one is going to Mrs. E. I was about ready to write you a new tag. That's going to Jennifer Ed. Jennifer Ed. All right, moving on. I said I wasn't reaching in front of you, and I don't know why I started, because there is a pile over here now too. Let's move both piles together. Am I creating a shadow? I kind of am. All right, so this is the last one. You can see it's for younger children. The back is kind of cool. You have opens like this. For a date, your guess is as good as mine. Like, it doesn't have a date printed on it. It's definitely very late 1800s, maybe to 1910-ish. Probably not quite that new, but So it looks like pretty much every page has had a map on it. There's a little advertisement in here. And this is actually advertising a very famous publication there. Looks like somebody's colored on some of the black and whites. Maybe those marks were supposed to be. No, this is highlighted. I don't know. It looks like it's supposed to be, but then it doesn't. It's in both books, so I don't know. The provinces in 1789. Coming from some of where my documents are from. A little bit of pencil, a little bit of coloring on some of the black and white, some ink marks. But you guys are kind of getting the idea of it. Let me go back to the back. Okay. So that's that guy. He is going to be 40. And there he is. All right. Atlas, 40, go. And I have some unpaid orders sitting back behind me. I have some onion skin books that we're going to take pages out of, and I have some ledgers and a few more other things that are one of a kind. We've got Alice W. on this one. Thank you, Alice. Last time I will reach up there, hopefully. So that was that. A little paper crumb. Let's just do this onion skin because I don't want to keep somebody if they're waiting. Let's do the onion skin. Again, there's 2 books. They're from the same place. I'm sure they're from the same time period. So it doesn't really matter what book they come out of. Some loose pages already up here in the front, which it's good because it'll let me show you. So onion skin paper, if you're not familiar with it, like see my pink hand, right? You can see my pink hand through the onion skin paper. It is transparent. If I put something better under there, surely I have something better to stick under there. You can see, maybe you can see underneath of whatever you put there. Not a really great example. You need something more where there's a black and white balance. Anyway, so these are pages out of the onion skin book. They're very much like tissue paper. They're not like the backs of napkins. Don't think of the back of napkins. They're more like tissue paper. But when you glue this down over top of something, if you're going to use it for decoupage, the whitish paper kind of melts away. And the other good thing about these is you can put them in the printer and just copy them. And this paper being so thin and how light passes through it, the paper again pretty much disappears, and you can print this text onto anything you want and make your own little French letters. You could easily do that. The book is written where there are, instead of starting up here at the top and writing down the page from left to right like we would, they wrote smaller letters and copied the smaller letters into this book. How these books work is these were original letters that were on another piece of paper that were put in here. And then through the process of transfer, the ink was impregnated into this paper. So this is an original letter that was written that they've pressed into this book to keep a copy of. Before you had computers to keep copies of, you know, your invoices, your emails, your business letters, whatever. This is what you did. So you had a record of the letter that you sent to people. You can see even small little notes were put in here. Let me scoot it up a little bit. So that's what I was saying, like you're getting a lot of writing on all of this paper. The papers are pretty full of writing. In some sections you have 4 pages. I mean, you don't care about that because you're getting a pack of 10 pages. Oops. You're getting a pack of 10 pages. These two are glued together for whatever reason. We're just going to leave those glued together. Your pages will not be torn, other than torn out of the book. Your pages will not be torn. But you're getting 10 pages. I see lots of them are kind of sticky together. I don't know. Anyway, here's a section of four little sections. I will close up show you the handwriting. Yeah, something has been done to some of it. I'll close up show you the handwriting. Some is more ledger or invoice. But the whole book is consistent. And the rest of it, you know, very much the same. The other book is the same. So it doesn't really matter what book they're going to come out of. Again, I've got a bunch of loose ones to play with up here in the front. So your page numbers are stenciled up at the top. Very similar, very full of handwriting. If there's something ephemera-wise stuck to your page, you just get it. I'm going to find a nice clear one and show it to you. So look at the writing. The writing is beautiful. Very, very fancy, legible writing in these ones. So, you know, we've had a lot of onion skin books over the years. You guys always buy every single page that I ever get. I very rarely have any to play with. But this is pretty much an exceptional quality one where you have very little white space. You have most writing, and the writing is very high quality. So age-wise, it might be 1906. I have not seen an actual date that starts with an 18 or a 19 as of yet. I didn't spend a whole lot of time looking, but it might be 1906. So you're going to buy this in packs of 10 pages. We'll look up here in the front, but is there a page here? There isn't a page here. So I don't know exactly the date. I cannot tell you that, but it might be 1906. Sometimes it will tell me at some point in the book, but it doesn't really tell me. Yeah, it doesn't really tell me. Anyway, this is what we're doing. Onion skin book pages. So here we go. Go back to the ephemera page. I might find the date on there, but where is that page? Who knows? So here we go. Onion skin page packs. They are from these two books only. If you purchase right now in the live sale, they are from these two books only. If you purchase through Etsy, it's going to be whatever I have on hand. If you purchase next sale and I sell onion skin packs, I will usually show you like what the pack is. So there might be some available next time if they don't all sell tonight. They might go to Etsy if they don't all sell tonight. But for right now, you're guaranteed to get pages out of these books if you order right now. If you ask me to add you to this list later, you will still get pages from these books if I have them available. If I don't, it's just going to be whatever I have on hand, I guess. Toward the back, it was on the left side. I'm pretty sure we don't need to spend time looking for that, but I mean, there is lots of ephemera in here. Is that what you wanted to see? It's just a little receipt for like a telegram. There may have been other things, but okay. So onion skin page packs. You get 10 pages. These ones are going to be 10 pages for $19. I think the last ones were 15 or 16. We are at 19, but you're getting premium. Okay. It's okay. I was looking for it. Let's do these guys. I have 2 books to pull from. We should have enough for everyone. You could order multiple packs if you want, and I'll fill it as best I can. We should have enough, but I don't know how crazy you guys are going to get with it. Okay. 10 pages, 19. You don't have to do, and let me be clear, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to change or alter anything. You can straight up sew this into a signature of a journal. It is onion skin paper. It's more sturdy. Like, it's the thinness of tissue paper, but it is more sturdy than tissue paper because it's onion skin. It's definitely not the back of a napkin. It's not like that. I mean, it was sturdy enough for them to do whatever they did for 100 years, 125 years, or 20 years, or whatever. So, I mean, you can sew it into a signature. I have sewn these into signatures, and they overlay like a pretty picture. I usually have something in here. Like, and this writing is kind of everywhere. But you guys see, I mean, that's not even glued down. So, like, if you put it in a journal and you put it over like a beautiful picture of a woman or whatever, you know, you could just get that little texty look. And then as they open up the journal page, you know, it'll go to the next page. But they're sturdy. There they are. There's probably something better, but I don't know what else I have next to it. Okay, so let's make this list. I knew this was going to be a long one, and I was kind of dreading making it, but I'll try to make it fast on myself. Okay. Okie dokie. Here we go. Marcella T for 3 packs. Donna C for 1 pack. Lynette San for 1 pack. If you guys need to change the order, if you want to change and add 2, just type it in at the bottom and tell me that that's the total number that you want, and I'll come back and fix it. We should have enough for you guys to get whatever you want. And I've had a lot of books, and I have not had really any that are as nice as that one. That's kind of where we're at with it. So it's kind of like a really great example of it. We have Jerry, Danny H, Christine J. Christine J would like 2 packs. After Christine, Rose O. If you already have something coming, shipping on this will be literally nothing. Deborah K. Catherine. Catherine would like 2 packs. After Catherine, Cheryl Wall. Cheryl W. Paula D. I'm sorry, that's Paula Drift. Thank you to whoever purchased in Etsy. Maybe you are purchasing onion skin paper. Who knows? It's in there. But not this. It's just random pack in there. Paula Drift. Cindy H. Thank you guys. After Cindy H, we have Jody M. Let me scroll down. We have Shauna H. Thank you, thank you. Shauna H says 2. Cheryl Beck, and she is saying 2. After Cheryl, Linda RB, and she is saying 2. After Linda, we have Shelly L, Tori, Cheryl E. After Cheryl E, Shelly R. I need to fix your name. There we go. Helps me keep my Shelly straight. Joyce G. If you don't have anything else purchased and you don't purchase on Thursday, then this will ship by itself. So just keep in mind. Joyce G says 2. Did I skip anybody else's too? No. Wait. No, we're good. Okay, after Joyce, we have Beth CZ. And Beth CZ says 2. After Beth, we have Sandy. Sandy M. Juliet. Ruth C for 3 packs. After Ruth, Deborah RM. After Deborah, Leslie B. And Leslie would like 2 packs. Then we have Jane H. Thank you, thank you. We have Lena for 3. After Lena, Norton. I forget your first name. I will put this in right now. And I will catch your name, Alec, down at the bottom. Because I don't honestly remember. Marcella T would like 3 packs. You've got 3, Marcella. Rosalind. And Rosalind is good. Okay. Allison R. Donna C would like 2 packs. Donna C would like 2. Perfect. After Allison and Donna, we've got Tara B. Sarah WH. Marcella B. Cindy Vin. I should have just said everyone. Cindy Vin. Donna C, we got you for 2. Karen Jorg. Cindy Vin says 2. Cindy Vin. Barbara S. Okay, Barbara S. Deborah K for 2 total. Got ya. Deborah K. Then we have Margaret. Margaret, if I have missed you on something tonight, just text me. If you guys are having problems that way, just text me and let me know what you missed on or something. You haven't said anything else, but I just am stressed now that sometimes it's catching you and kicking you out. So Margaret for 2. Betty, that's what I was missing. Betty. You are in there, Betty. Thank you. Betty N. Okay, Angela Ed. Sarah WH would like 2. Donna C for 2. I think we've got Donna C. We do. We have Donna C for 2. Jody M for 2. Jody M. Jody M for 2. Perfect. Sandy M for 2. Perfect. Thank you. Jane H, I didn't miss you. You are on this list. You guys got to remember, it takes a long time for me to go down through the list. Jane H, you are on the list. Rebecca P. Rebecca P would like 2. Sandy for 2, I've got it. To ship just 2 of these, it will probably be a minimum of $8.50. They have to go in a stay flat mailer and they charge package rate for it, even though it is light. There's a minimum that they charge. It doesn't matter. So it's probably still going to be $8.50 to ship 1 or 2 of these, in all honesty, in a stay flat mailer. It will change basically off destination. Closer to me will be cheaper. Everything ships from Arizona. So the closer you are, but I'm seeing $8.50 for even light little packs of paper. So you'll have to tell me if you want one, Josephine. There is Thursday, and Thursday is also lighter weight things, and probably if you come on Thursday, you will find something else. There are so many of whatever is happening on Thursday. You guys know what it is, but I'm kind of being vague for people who are just whatever, lurkers. So Thursday, you'll probably find something else. Everyone will find something on Thursday. Then I'm going to put her in, Josephine, and she would like to. Thank you. Okay, we did it. There they are. If anyone watches later, there are still page packs available. And you can just tell me to add you to the list for the onion skin page packs from tonight, from Tuesday. Okay? Thank you, thank you. There's those. And you're all in there. We're going to do a couple ledgers and a couple unpaid order things. We don't have much time, but we're going to do them. And if anyone comes in later, just yell at me and tell me. So this is the first ledger. It's a smaller ledger. It's really cute. It's clean and in good shape. And I've lost my ruler again. Okay. We've got 7 3/4 inches by 12. It's basically 12 1/4. On the inside of it, you've got marble paper. It's saying it's opened in 1879. So the ledger's opened in 1879. You have a couple absolutely beautiful handwritten ledger pages, but it's not a full book. So you have some in the front. And they're very full pages, but 1880 now. We got a new year. And so there's a lot of pages to play with. Yeah. Pretty good. The handwriting is very beautiful. However, we have a lot of blank. The book block is marbled. Like you can see the marbling. This is ink right here. It looks like maybe 22 written on pages. And then I believe I thought the rest of this was blank. There probably is a few pages here or there or something tucked in. Okay, so there is some writing here or there. I guess a lot more. But anyway, you have a blank page, a blank back of a page. You have more writing. Let's try to count and figure out where writing stops and starts. That's almost all written on. It's not numbered though. In the beginning it was numbered, but these pages are not numbered. Okay, so there's some back there, but we're going to consider this. We're going to consider this blank and this written on. So this is written on. This is blank. It's about half written, half blank. You have something back here. Was some other ephemera. Blotter sheet, one written on page. It's probably like the, this looks like the index part of it. This is talking about something, I don't know, association of something. There was some kind of design detail in here. I thought there was something else. There is a pink invoice. Cute little pink invoice. It's got syrup, liqueurs, fruits, glacés. I don't know. There it is. Maybe there's something else, but that's what's in there. So we got that. He's very cute. Veronica H, you sure can. Anybody else? Veronica H. You're on there for 1 pack. Let me know if you need more. Okay. Good. Let's get this guy in here. He's very nice. 1800s and good quality paper. French ledger. About half written on. I'm going to say 1880s. It's late 1880s. I think it's like 484, 85, maybe through 89. Let's do him for 320. There he is. He has a lot of pages. They're not like, they don't have a stenciled number on them. He's probably 300 pages in all. He's hand numbered to like 50, 52, and then the numbering stops. But the handwriting, guys, like if you wanted an 1800s, it's very nice. You can actually read it. Great for scanning. A couple little blotter sheets in there. See, there's something else. This one looks like it has a pressed flower. It does. It has a pressed flower and a little tiny note. I don't know why, but it's in there. And maybe you'll find more treasures, but there's that one. Let me price him and put him out in case somebody wants them later. I will get those onion skins. So 320, and he will be number 3 available. So anybody watching later, if you want this one, he's a good one. Nice and clean. There he goes. Okay, so for these, Veronica would like 2. The onion skin. Veronica would like 2, and then we have Rhonda Baum for 2. Rhonda Baum, and she would like 2. Deborah RM. Yes, you're on there for 1. I will move you to 2. I may have missed you. I apologize. Okay. That's going to stay available. Next. You guys, we're going to look at unpaid orders. We're just going to do it. There's a whole lot here. There's this guy. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if this is the Bible. I don't remember which one this is. So this is a gigantic book. I need to cut the tape. He was all packed and ready to go. So pardon me while I make crinkly noises and cut the wrapping. Very uncarefully. Let me cut the wrapping. So this guy is a folio size. Go away, crinklies. Okay, folio size book, massive book, like massive. He fills up the whole camera screen. He's got a leather cover on him. That's the gold gilded spine. There is a little section missing. That's the back side. And I'm pretty sure I remember which one he is. Let's do it together. Okay. So, open up the cover. We've got, I want to hold it. We've got a title page in here. This is the book, the Bible. Okay. The Old and the New Testament of the Bible, and it is dated. You cannot see. The title page is rough, I'm not going to lie, but the rest of the book is good. It's dated 1700 and, oh my gosh, 1704. So this is a very early Bible from 1704. This, I have a pile of stuff. It was sold to a woman. She just was unable to complete the transaction. So she was a longtime customer, bought lots of things, but unfortunately, unable to complete the transaction on this one. So 1704, she had a very large order that got left. And so we're going to go through that. Again, the title page is rough. This one is actually one of the ones where in the spine, there's these little pieces of where they used old parchments, old handwritten parchments to reinforce, you can see them here, to reinforce the spine. So here's pieces of that I just left in here because, they go with it, right? You do have illuminated letters throughout the book. This is part of an advertisement in the front. This is all rag paper, 1704, very early, and massive, massive pages. I'm going to try to scoot down a little bit. Massive pages of rag paper with lots of illumination, lots of beautiful papers. You do have a little bit of water damage up there at the top. It doesn't go all the way through the book. All rag. Very nice. My favorite kind of rag paper. And you have thousands of pages. I don't know. Very many pages in this. Like, this is just one section. And there's so many pages in it. Just massive, massive book, right? Like, it's the Bible. It's massive, massive amount of pages. They didn't spare any expense, really, in the paper quality, in the print quality. In 1704, like, the Gutenberg is 1610 or something like that. This is one of the early Bibles, so it does have value. There are people that are selling like one page because it has, you know, something that means something to someone. Like, obviously all of this means something, but I'm just saying, certain pages, they sell individual pages on certain sites where you can just claim one page from a very old Bible like this, and they're charging an astronomical amount of money. I mean, I know, you know, the Gutenberg is obviously worth a lot of money, but even a Bible from 1704 by the page should be worth a good bit of money. I'm not really interested in selling it by the page. I think, you know, it would take a very long time, and I don't really want to, you know, you'd have to photograph every page and all that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping you guys are seeing. It's very beautiful. But I'm trying to get back here to the back so we can see how many pages. Well, each book has its own number of pages. So there's thousands of pages in this book. Thousands. I can measure. There's a little more water damage here. I really like it though. I mean, you can touch it. There's nothing, it's not deteriorated, but there is a little bit of staining, and really it's almost like a watercolory marble effect. It's just a different look, and it's not all through the book. We have shown this before. Obviously, I sold it before. I believe other people wanted it that day, but I'm not positive. You get more of that watercolory look, and it's just a small section overall of the Bible. It has had water damage. This is the very back page, and it is crumbly. The rest of it is fine. So you're going to have that back section that's like that. It's a very small section, and then you get into normal. Honestly, I'm going to craft with this. You're at 700 for this book, like whatever book of the Bible, right? And then it starts over again. Here's page 23. So it is impossible for me to count the number of pages at the moment, but it's a massive, massive amount of rag paper. So much so that this is like a 4-inch or 4.5-inch spine, which is why the leather and stuff is in rougher shape. It's just a big old heavy book. And you know, it is in a, if you're going to keep this, you need to have it rebound and cleaned up a little bit. But it's like a 4-inch spine. It's shy of, I guess it's a little shy of 4 inches. I'm holding it tight together, closed there. It's a massive book. Like, you can see there's the signatures. Like, it's massive. Very massive. Okay, we're doing it. Before I do it, let me look at the invoice so that I know how much we sold this for before. I need to look just because I want to be fair with pricing and be accurate. So let's look and see how much this was sold for before. This sold, I don't think it was $16.50. Let me look. There's one for $16.50 and one for $23.50. Oh, hold on. It's this one. Canceled on 8/5. Canceled on 8/5. Okay, this exact book we sold this one for $1,200 and I canceled it on 8/5. So we're gonna do it for $1,200 if you want it. I'm just gonna keep it the same. It's too much rag paper, and honestly, if I break out a book that's over 1,000, thousands of pages, I'm assuming it's multiple thousand. My guess would be around 2,500. If I broke it out into page packs, this old 1704 rag paper, I would probably sell the page packs for probably double that. There's a lot of paper there. So we're gonna do it for 1,200. Okie doke, here it goes. 1704 Bible. And it is $1,200. And there's the go. If it stays with me, it will more than likely get taken apart for page packs. So if you're interested in page packs, stay tuned. You'll probably go there. Lynette Sand is going to take it this time. Thank you, Lynette. I hope that you enjoy it. Maybe you're going to have it restored, or maybe you're going to use the pages. Some people shy away from the religious books. There's not really any reason to do that. I appreciate it very much, Lynette. But you guys, like, if you're religious and you think it's bad to break apart or repurpose a religious book, if we don't use them, they literally get incinerated. And I think it would be more, if you're thinking along those lines, I think it'd be more of a sin to burn it than it would be to repurpose it and put it, like, if you're making journals, you're selling journals, whatever, like, other people can enjoy it, and it's written in French, so it's not overtly religious either. You would have to recognize certain words, right, for it to be overtly religious. Anyway, don't stress about religious books. That's the point of it. All right, there we go. All right. Moving on to the next unpaid thing. We have this. I taped all of these up and packed them. So let me pull this one out. Okay. There's that guy. Some of you will remember this one. So this is one of those skinny, super, super tall ones, or long ones. In fact, it's worthy of measuring right now because some of you will not believe how long it is. It's 8.5 wide. A beautiful inside, obviously. 21-ish inches long by 8.5. Okay. For whatever reason, the back, like, this is the front. The back is where they wrote on it. So I guess this is the front, but to us, this is the front. Because it opens this way. Okay. Then inside, this is the title page. This is the writing. I mean, I can't really show you the whole thing because there's books and papers back there, but it's very long, right? Very tall. The dates, it starts with our 1777. All of the entries are dated 1777. It is on extremely thick rag paper. Extremely thick. What that means is like a 65-pound cardstock weight. It is very durable. It has a tooth to it, a texture. It's 1700s rag paper. I don't really need to say more, but there it is. I'm going to scoot it down. There's more writing as you get to the back section. It kind of goes where these first entries are a little bit blank. It's kind of like the maybe the index or something to that effect. And then you get back. See right here, there is a slit right here, and it's really interesting. The old ink sometimes eats through the paper. And so there is, like, you wouldn't really notice it, but there is a little slit right there. Sometimes the old ink eats through the paper. No big deal. So you have a section of that, and then you get to more writing. More writing. More writing. It's a very, very beautiful ledger, and it was very expensive. Not gonna lie. Very, very good quality paper in an unusual format. So back here you have many, many strips of entries. Even in the very back, you're at 1779. And I'll hold up and show you the writing up close because you guys can't really appreciate it. But there is lots and lots of pages. I usually take ones like this apart for you guys and do them in very expensive page packs. I hate to say that it's very expensive, but sometimes we have really, really good things that I take apart and put into page packs. This would be one of them. So this is May 21st of 1779. This right here is 1777. This 1778. Going back further, we've got 1783. Completely legible. 1785. 1787. And I love all of these different initials in the margin. I don't exactly know what they're about. Like, this is even a little symbol of some sort. They're very nice. Okay, this one was $2,200. This is the one I just found on that invoice. Was $2,200. Some of you guys will remember seeing it before. All right, so I know it's expensive. It's hundreds of pages of extremely good rag paper lightweight cardstock is all I can say about the pages. Their rag paper does not like chip and flake and that kind of stuff. It's gonna stay good for hundreds of years, hundreds more years, right? That's why we like rag paper, is it's the best. So we're gonna do it. This guy is a ledger. We're gonna say 1700s French ledger. I'm just going to keep him at the same 2200. On some of these things, even though they unpaid orders, I cannot discount it. Otherwise, I'm just going to repurpose it in my own way. And, you know, that's all I can do. I can't keep them here forever. So if somebody wants this, if somebody missed out on it before, it is the same price. It is 2200 and it is in now. I understand it's a considered purchase. If somebody needs to reach out to me privately regarding that, let me know in text message. But this one, I think we're going to number him number 4. And there's number 4. There he is. Okay, there was a sister one of these, and I had the sister one first. And then this one came later. He does have that cutout. I hoped you guys saw that, but he does. Somebody, maybe they removed it from water damage or what, but somebody eventually cut that out right there. There's that guy. We're going to save him. He's available number 4. Available number 4. Okay. Moving on. Next thing. I know we are out of time. We're 20 minutes over already. I'm going to do a couple more items that were unpaid. Actually, there's like 7. There's like 7 more items. I think we're going to wrap it. Did I say I was going to do anything else that somebody was waiting for? Was somebody waiting on me to do something? Or did I do all the things I promised you? Thank you guys for putting up with the slow sale tonight. It was very like one of a kind, I guess. I don't know. We were on a slower time period tonight. So if there isn't anything else I promised anyone, I'm going to try to clean some dust off of my shirt and flip this camera back around. And then we'll talk for just a minute. And then we're going to wrap this up. And we'll be back on Thursday. You guys will not want to miss Thursday. I have no plans of repeating it at this time. Because of the tariff situation, I don't think that we're going to continue doing what I have already brought in for Thursday. So let's flip this camera back around. There's that. Awesome. Okay, so the tariff situation is making certain things more difficult. But what is here for Thursday has been here. It was before the huge tariff thing. As far as I know, I'm not getting a bill in the mail. Sometimes you get a bill afterwards. So anyway, you'll want to be here for Thursday. Thursday we have, I don't think there's anything over $20 on Thursday for the block of items that I'm thinking we're doing all day. We might get into other items. I have other items planned, but I'm not sure time-wise how long the main event will take. So I think Thursday, you probably are safe spending a $20 bill and not over that. That's the plan anyway. Let's just do Thursday. We'll get through it together. There's thousands and thousands of things. I have bundled them so that they are faster to get through, because obviously I can't make a spreadsheet for 1,000 items. That would take me longer than the 5 hours. So I have bundled them into little packages. That way you can claim one pack of each style, or you can claim a couple packs, or whatever the case may be. But I have tried my best to get it organized and get it ready for you guys. There is also an option to buy one of every. We'll talk about it on Thursday. So there's that option too. Same time on Thursday. My live sales are always at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, whatever time that is for you, you might have to ask Siri or look it up or whatever. But even though I'm in Arizona, I base it off of Eastern Time, because that's the latest, I guess. And for me, I've always counted backwards. So if New York is this time, then I know to subtract 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever, because you guys change time zones. I don't change time zones. In Arizona, where I'm at, we don't change. We don't have daylight savings time or fallback, or I don't know what else you guys call it, but we don't have that here. We're always the same time. California will change. Everywhere else I think changes, but for whatever reason, Phoenix never got around to changing. So I just kind of count back from New York. So always 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Any other questions about what I did tonight, the sale, items from tonight? If you have a question about something else you need direct from me, just text me. If you would like to register now for Thursday's sale, if you know what it is, I was going to preview it, but I didn't. If you want to register now for Thursday's sale, go ahead and do it. You can text me that information at any time. If you don't end up making a purchase, the information is just in the computer here, stored securely. And if you never purchase, it just sits there until it gets deleted. And then if you register and you purchase 6 months from now, at least you can tell me you already did it, and it'll be in there. Okay. Thank you guys for the fun night. I'm sorry it's a little different. In truth, I wanted to bring out a lot of other things, but because I lost a little bit of time, a couple days, because of my new grandchild, that, I didn't get quite as much prepared as I wanted to. So you guys will have to bear with me. Next week, we'll have to break out some more of the new stuff that came. I tried to bring some paper packs and some other things, but I did get a bit behind in prepping, grandbabies and all. It's super fun having a grandchild, and I've had him for a few days. So anyway, I can only imagine. So let me go over this information again, because I've gone over it like a bunch of times, but people join it all different times. So let me just go over it quickly again. There has been a change on the channel, and I've talked about it for a couple weeks now. You will now be invoiced every Friday, every week, every Friday, every week, but I'm only shipping every 2 weeks. So like last week was week 1 and I sold on Tuesday and Thursday. This week is week 2 and I'm going to sell on Tuesday and Thursday. Then this Friday you will receive an invoice. That invoice on this Friday, because it's the second week of selling, will have a shipping charge for everything you have here. You'll get one package and it will ship only after both invoices are paid. So when you pay your invoice from this coming Friday, when you pay your invoice, you're going to be put in line to be packed and shipped. Whenever I get to your name and pack and ship you, you're going to get a tracking number. Because I've already pre-invoiced you all, the packing and shipping should be much faster than in previous months. There won't be a week off in between. We're just going to start again next Tuesday with a whole nother 2-week sale cycle. We're going to go through that, and again, invoicing every Friday and then shipping. Everything is already pre-packed and in your bins. All of your invoicing is done. I'm literally just shipping what you have here that's ready to go. It should be much faster. That being said, this is the first time we've done it this way, so I wouldn't expect it same day, but I would definitely expect it, to happen within a reasonable time frame after your payments are received. The first payment, like the first week, and you get that invoice, like last Saturday you got an invoice. The reason why we're billing every week is because some people were falling too far behind. Other people didn't know what they had gotten, what they hadn't gotten, because you don't always know, like if you claimed something but I ran out of it, you didn't know if you got it or not. Every week when you get invoiced, it's just you and I checking in with each other and saying, here's what you actually got. Then you guys can pay that and move forward to continue purchasing the next week. Some people, maybe they weren't keeping track of what they were spending, or other things came up and they would have an outstanding invoice, but then they would continue to shop, and it just kept growing and growing. And I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, or I'm not talking about any specific person. I'm just saying, I think the checking in with each other every week and making sure we're all caught up before we move on keeps me in check with making sure everything's in your bin and ready to go, and keeps you guys up to date with what items you actually got, what you claimed and I have for you. And then, we don't fall behind and get a surprise, right? It needs to be fun for both of us. You're okay. It's good for me to explain it at the end too. But okay. So it was very busy. Lots of waiting. It was very long labor. Lots and lots of waiting. Okay. So thank you guys. Any other questions about tonight, procedures, whatever else I need to talk about before we end this live sale? I will be back here 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. There is no craft with me on Friday. We have delayed those for a time being. And when we do pick them back up, we'll move them from Friday to a different day, because I do need Fridays to send the invoices. So I think that's all the changes. That's pretty much all that's happened in the last month. There will be a September junk journal kit coming. I'm doing my best, but you guys keep me very, very busy, which, it's a good problem to have, but you guys keep me very, very busy. I am trying my hardest to get a September junk journal kit in there. I'm trying. Your truck. So funny. You had a question in the beginning. Okay, Jody. Is it a question specifically for me? You just need to email me, Jody, if it's specifically like for me. Like, if it's between you and I, just you have to email, so you can email me. That's fine. If it's something that we need to talk about here, then go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. You did on Friday. Okay. I am behind in messages. I will look, Jody, and I will answer you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, guys. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good Wednesday, and I'll see you back here on Thursday. Bye, guys.